Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our council meeting this snowy Wednesday, May 1st. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. and I'll start by acknowledging that we are gathered on Treaty 6 lands, a part of the traditional territories of the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Alberta. The town of Drayton Valley is grateful for the knowledge keepers and elders and the stories and teachings that they share of these lands and its people. I will now ask everyone to stand for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. At all possible for this world that he says for century can we stand on Canada, we stand on stand on.
Good morning, Bill. Can you hear me? There, okay. Stop, Jen, just this. Okay. Are there any additions to the agenda this morning?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have two. We have one closed item for the closed agenda. And the second one, although we advertised for the public hearing, we forgot to put it in the agenda. So it under number 6, public hearings, if we could add public hearing for bylaw 2024/01/D. It's a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 2020/12/D.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other additions? Is there a member of council that would like to adopt the agenda with the addition of the public hearing bylaw 2024-01D and the closed item? Councillor Gamana, thank you very much. All in favor?
In favor.
Thank you, Bill. That is carried. Any corrections or amendments to the May? Oh, I don't think it's the May 1st, is it? It would be, what would be the date there? Our last council meeting, April 3rd? Okay, any corrections or amendments to the April 3rd, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes? None. Is there a member of council that would like to adopt that? Thank you very much, Councillor McGee. All in favor? Bill?
In favor. In favor.
Thank you very much for that. And we have a proclamation this morning for Economic Development Week, which is May 6th to the 10th, 2024. Whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional economic development organization dedicated to serving economic developers, and whereas for almost 50 years, Economic Developers Alberta has been Alberta's leading economic development network, committed to advancing the economic development profession by providing resources, professional development, and networking opportunities. And whereas economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, which is the hallmark of Alberta's economy. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, Chamber of Commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in the regions. And whereas economic developers work in the town of Drayton Valley, and therefore I, Mayor Nancy Dodds, on behalf of Town Council and the town of Drayton Valley, do proclaim May 6th to 10th, 2024 as Economic Development Week in the town of Drayton Valley. And that is all that we have for proclamations this morning. We do have up next is our public hearing for bylaw 2024-01D. I will now declare the public hearing opened at 9:07 a.m. for bylaw 2024-01D to amend land use bylaw 2020-12D. Those present today are council, administration, members of the public, and those online. A decision on this bylaw may be made today depending upon the comments received at this public hearing. Notification of the bylaw requests comments from the public and advising them of the public hearing that has been provided in accordance with the MGA and the land use bylaw. To facilitate the public hearing process, any comments received today will be presented as a package at the time of the public hearing. I will now ask administration if there are any submissions that have been received for this bylaw. Okay, I will now call for any comments from anyone from the floor. I'll call for comments from anyone online. And I will declare the public hearing closed at 9:08 a.m. And we'll move along the agenda. We have one delegation this morning, 7.1, which is our audited financial statement presentation. Good morning, welcome. You're more than welcome to sit too if you want, and then you can see the screen, or you can stand.
Thank you. I brought mine all along so I
Oh,
could,
you did.
so I don't have to turn around all the time,
Okay.
be annoying. So hopefully we're good here, but good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good morning to members of council and everybody else that's here. That's the last time I'll turn around. My name, is this working? Anyways, okay, my name's Phil Dirks and I'm a partner with Metrics Group, chartered professional accountants in Edmonton, and we're the town's auditors. We were appointed, the last time we got reappointed was last spring. So anyway, just a little bit of background there. Try not to take up too much of your time this morning, but give you an overview of the audit and financial statements. There is a couple new accounting standards that came into effect this last year. So I'll just give you a quick overview of those and hopefully not take up too much of your time. But if we could go to the next slide. Just before I go any further though, I want to say thanks to Elvira and her finance team there for all their hard work and making the audit a success. You know, from our standpoint, what makes life difficult is when we ask questions or ask for information and nobody, it takes a while to get stuff and you have to remind people, well, that's not the case here. So that really is, we really appreciate that. That makes life better for everybody. So just a word about our auditor's report, and I think would you all have a copy of the whole financial statements in your package?
Yeah, we do.
So if you want to follow along, I'm going to go to page 3 of that, but just a word about our auditor's report first. So in the financial statements, there is an auditor's report that is what we call a standard report. If you looked at last year's report, it would only have changed for a couple of dates at the top of the report. So that's good news. We are stating in there in an opinion paragraph that the town's financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So that report goes on for 2 pages. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I just would reiterate some of the important things there. You know, what are we hired to do? We're hired to provide an audit opinion on the town's financial statements. So what does that mean? Somewhere in the top of the second page of that report, it says that our job is to seek reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not materially misstated. So we have to plan and perform our audit to reduce the chance of a material error not being detected. We did provide you with an audit plan earlier in the year. I think it was back in January that discussed how we would approach the audit, and I understand some of this stuff is kind of boring, but how we approach an audit, materiality, those types of concepts. So I'd be happy to talk about that more, but unless if somebody has questions, I'd be happy to talk about more, but other than that, I'm just going to leave it at that. So just a reminder though, that report, the auditor's report, is not something that we make up. It's in the auditing standards, and it's a standard report. So the audit went well, and it's a clean opinion. So if we could just go to the next slide, I'm going to just mention a couple things here. If you're looking at your copy of the financial statements on page 3, which would be the statement of financial position, that's where I'm going to head here right away. But you'll notice that there is above the 2022 column, it indicates that those numbers were restated. So here is why. So we had a couple of new accounting standards, like I mentioned. So you kind of the buzz for the last few years in the accounting world, if you can call it that, is this asset retirement obligations. So I'm not sure if you've heard about that or not, but I'll give you the quick rundown. So the town, whenever there is a legal obligation to retire a tangible capital asset, then the town would likely have some type of asset retirement obligation. So that's really what you need to remember, legal obligations. So where did this impact the town? The landfill obviously had a liability set up for the landfill before. This new standard had a new way of calculating that. So I'll just talk about that in a second. And then the other item that's a big deal or a red flag for most of our clients is asbestos in buildings that were built before roughly 1990. So, just as an example, we built a building, or we bought a building that was built in 1970. And when we were renovating it, somebody poked a hole in some cement blocks somewhere. And all of a sudden we got a hazmat team in there with white suits and, 3 weeks later cleaning this up. And we're like, well, we'll just take it to the dump. No, you have to go about this in a certain manner. So that's where this comes about. So anyways, it doesn't take long to rack up a lot of money cleaning those things up. So the town has now set up a liability for potential asbestos in the buildings, and there's a note in the financial statements to that. The landfill now is accounted for a little bit different. Previously, at the end of 2022, the town had a liability of 4.2 million set up. So just quickly, before the auditing or the accounting standards required that liability to get bigger as the town filled up the dump. So basically, when we get to the dump being filled up, we would have hit the top of the liability. Now the people that make these rules decided, that doesn't make any sense. We have a liability the minute we open the dump, and it's going to be this number at the end, and that's what we're going to set up. So if you look back, the town's liability for the landfill closure and post-closure, so you do still have these obligations to close the landfill, and then monitor the closure for 25 years after that point. So that is now increased by about $1 million to $1.2 million. So we'll see that in a minute here. So that's all I'll say about asset retirement obligations. We audit roughly 80 municipalities and related entities, and most of these places have some type of obligation. The big ones are landfills, asbestos, and sewage lagoons is another big one. Other than that, the town also had now adopted PSAP 3450, which is financial instruments. So the only impact that had on the town's accounts were previously when you had investments, those were always carried at what you paid for them. Now, again, I don't make these rules, we just have to follow them. Where you have equity instruments, so in the case of the town has some mutual funds, those are now carried at market value. So there's a little bit of a change there, so I'll mention that as we go through these things. But anyways, that's the the main differences this year to last year. So we can just get going here then and go to the next slide. Grab my notes here. So we are now on page 3 of your financial statements. We are looking at the statement of financial position. Top of the page, we have $21.1 million of financial assets. So what's financial assets? Those are things that are going to be cash or in the near future. So cash, investments, receivables. So, I don't know if your page number is probably for your agenda, right? Page 3 on the bottom of the financial statements, but thank you. So if you're looking there, you can see these investments now, 10.5 million. That's where that used to be carried at cost. Now that's carried at what they're worth. Cost is actually a little bit higher. It was about 10.6 million. So what's a little bit strange about this is we haven't even sold those things yet. So you're going to have ups and downs year to year that are relatively meaningless. So anyways, just keep that in mind. Receivables is always a key thing in the audit for any audit. If we could just go to the next slide, we can see some of the details there. So why is that important to the auditors? We want to make sure that you're going to receive the things you say that are receivables. So that's the main concern there. So what do? We look at monies that came in after the end of the year. That's the best evidence we can get that somebody owed you money. They paid you. But you can see here on the slide, there's various items. Top of the page there, trade and other receivables was the biggest amount. You can see that's gone down from last year. 2022, there was some grant funds in there for the aquatic center. So that's why that's lower. But this year, bigger items in that 2.5 million, there was 575,000 from the county, various other grants, utilities, those were each 500,000. So no issues there as far as collectability. The town does have an allowance at the bottom there of $135,000 for a few accounts that are, where the, what do you want to say, the collectability is maybe not totally assured at this point. So it's prudent to put aside an allowance. That doesn't mean that you're not trying to collect them. You're just not, you're working on them, and there is some uncertainty there. So, if that's a prudent thing to do, but overall, really nothing to be too concerned about in the receivables area. So if we can just go to the next slide again. We're carrying on the statement of financial position. And you can see their total financial assets are 21.1 million. So in the middle of the page, we have town's liabilities. You can see that there was $27.7 million of liabilities at the end of December. So we've got a couple things to note there. Payables were about half of the previous year. Again, had to do with the aquatic center. There was some bills outstanding last year for the construction. Deposits, primarily credits on the tax accounts there, about $1 million in that area. Deferred revenue. So deferred revenue is just primarily monies that the town has received for grant funding that hasn't been spent yet. So, if you receive a grant and you haven't spent it, it would sit in deferred revenue until you've spent it on the cost that it's for. So if you look in the notes to the financial statements, you would see that some of that, good portion of that 1.7 million is MSI monies. There's also Canadian Community Building Fund for about $1 million. And some sponsorships for the related to the aquatic center that are, covering periods that go beyond this fiscal year. So you've received that money, but it hasn't been expended or hasn't been recognized as revenue yet. Usually it will be recognized as revenue as various costs or projects are completed in the future. And then we have this asset retirement obligation there. So you can see the town has set aside or set up a liability for 5.9 million. 550,000 of that, if you look in the related note, is related to the asbestos that I talked about. And then the rest of it, 5.2 million roughly, is for the landfill. So again, this is not something that's going to need to be paid tomorrow. If you look in the notes, it talks about when the expected closure of the current landfill is. I think it was around 2030. And then after that, there's 25 years of monitoring. So anyways, that's all I'll say about that. And then the town also has long-term debt of 13 million. So you can see that's come down by about 1.2 million from the prior year. Payments have been made. So total liabilities were 27.7 million. The difference between the total liabilities and the financial assets is what's referred to as net debt at the bottom of that slide, $6.6 million. So what does that mean? The net debt money or a number is what's going to have to be coming from future revenue sources. So it's really not, it's nothing to be concerned about. We're not paying off the debt tomorrow. You know, you have as amortized or as maturities far beyond today. But it's just a measure of what's going to need to come from future revenue sources. If we go to the next slide, we will see. Oh, I skipped ahead of myself. I was just going to mention also the debt limits. So in your financial statements, there is a note that includes the debt limits. So the debt limits are required to be disclosed by the Municipal Government Act. So you can see there at the top of the page, debt limit was 42.5 million. That's basically 1.5 times the town's operating revenue. So that's straight out of the Municipal Government Act, less the debt. So you have $29.4 million of debt limit at the end of this year. And then you can see that you've used about at the very bottom there, the town's used 30% of the debt limit. So the message there is you're well within your debt limits. You know, as far as the province is concerned, you could borrow $29 million without asking them for permission. That's not to say that would be the most prudent thing to do, but you're well within your debt limits. So that's the message there. So if we go to the next page, just to round out the statement of financial position, just carrying on from the previous page there at the top, net debt was 6.5 million. Then we have non-financial assets. So the biggest, asset on any municipality's financial statements are capital assets in the middle of the page there. So the town has $140 million of capital assets, or net book value. This year was fairly light year for additions. There was $5.4 million of additions, and a good portion of that, about half of that, was for road work. So what are we worried about in that area? It's, sometimes clients record things in the asset accounts that may not meet the definition of the asset of an asset. So that's really what we're looking out for. Sometimes big dollars does not always equate to it being an asset. It might be a big repair. So those are the kind of things that we're really concerned about in that area. So anyways, just keep in mind that again is accounting value, the net book value. So that's not what necessarily you would get for these assets if you sold them, if you could sell roads, sewers, and those types of things. If you add the net debt to the non-financial assets, the town's accumulated surplus or accounting net worth at the bottom of that slide is $135 million. And if we could just go to the next slide, you will see here what comprises the accumulated surplus. So 135 million at the bottom of that slide. You can see the town has various reserves for operating and capital set up that have been set aside for various purposes, about 8.5 million. So those are very comparable to the year before. About 2.7 million of those reserves relate to landfill. There's some in operating and some in capital. Most of the town's equity, though, as you can see there, is tied up in equity and tangible capital assets, third line from the bottom. That's not unusual. Most of our clients, it's very similar. And, when you think about it, I think a lot of people's net worth, you think of your house, there's a lot of equity tied up in our houses. So if you're thinking about your own financial statement, personal financial statement, it would look probably somewhat similar anyways. So if I can just go to the next slide, we will talk about the statement of operations. Top of the page, you can see here total revenues for 2023 from operating, and we also have the 2023 budget and the 2022 actuals. Couple things to note here. So at the bottom, actual revenue was 28.3 million. Budget was just about 27 million. So you were actually over budget there, about 1.5 million. Town had a few more grants than were budgeted there. So that's where there's a main difference. And then also under investment income, as you know, the rates were going up last year. So all of our clients that have money in the bank are reaping a benefit on that side of things. So you did have about double what you anticipated for investment income. So basically the combination of those two items, is really why you had extra revenue there compared to your budget. If we go to the expenses, next slide, please. Sorry, it's a little bit small, but second line from the bottom, you can see there was $31.2 million of budgeted expenses. The actual was 33.8. I just, at the very, very bottom there, I took out amortization. So you can see on the third line from the bottom, the town has amortization of its capital assets of 6.3 million for budget and 8.7 for actual. So if you just remove those, I'm not saying you should remove them, but it doesn't involve cash. So, and it was a little bit of a budget variance on the amortization. That's primarily why there was a difference. So I just removed those on the very bottom line. So you can see there that in the end of the day, when the smoke cleared there, the actual was 25.1 million and the budget was 24.8. So a little bit of math there. But other things to note, just down the list there, top of the page, recreation was a little bit higher. With, basically due to the new aquatic center, it's hard to budget for some of those things, utilities, wages, so on. Administration was under budget. Contingency wasn't used there. Police was a little bit under budget. You did receive a final reconciliation for the 2022-23 fiscal year. So that came in during this year. So you had a credit there for $326,000. So that's why that's under budget. Waste management was a little bit over budget, so that has to do with these new accounting standards for the asset retirement obligations primarily. So as we get closer to the retirement of that asset, the liability is growing slightly due to the time value of money. So that was about $200,000 there. Yeah, the savings under roads for us. Well, it's snowing today, but it didn't snow much last winter, so who knows when it's going to snow anymore. But you had saved about $270,000 in that area, and that went into a reserve. And then under the fire, there was the wildfires, so you had extra costs there of about $500,000. So that's why that was over budget. So, there's a few things there to keep in mind, but at the end of the day, you were relatively close to what you had budgeted for in total. If we can go to the next slide. So carrying on there, you can see at the top of the page, revenues less expenses from operating was a deficit of 5.4 million. Your budget was actually 4.5, and we'll come back to that in a second. Then the town also has other sources of revenue at the bottom of that statement. The biggest number there was government transfers, which is just a fancy term for grants. $3.1 million. So that was a good portion of that was MSI funds for the 50th Avenue work. So that was about $2 million. But this is where the deferred revenue ends up usually when you do a capital project. It gets reported in this line as a grant for capital asset additions. And you also had some donations there, 264. Well, actually, it was mostly pool sponsorships. So there's a number of agreements you've entered into for that, like I said earlier, that cover more than 1 year. So those are being recognized over the term of those agreements. So that's what that relates to. So about 2/3 of the way down the page, the town's annual surplus for accounting purposes was a deficit of 2.1 million. But I'll be honest with you, that other revenue and on down that area is rather meaningless. There's no expenses in that related to those revenue sources really because it's for capital. So the more important line is the very one at the top, the annual operating deficit, 5.4 million. But that does actually require some explaining as well. So if you look down at the bottom of the page, which is not in your financial statements, start with the annual operating deficit and then add back amortization. Just to show that, from a cash flow standpoint, the town did bring in more money than it spent. So you can see there 3.3 million versus 1.8. And really that was just the extra revenues that I had spoken about earlier. So I gotta stop talking, but there's a few other things I just gotta say here. If we could go to the next slide, please. So that is what did I wanted to say about the financial statements? I'm happy to answer any questions in a minute. But just rounding things out here, there's also an audit findings report that I believe you were provided with. I'll just summarize a few things in that document. That's also a requirement of the auditing standards. So we didn't find any significant internal control deficiencies during our work. So that's good news. As far as accounting policies, you know, the auditor is supposed to comment on anything unusual, policies, estimates, those types of things. So there's nothing unusual here. Standard types of things for estimates. So we've beaten it to death already. Asset retirement obligations, that's an estimate. You know, there's a lot of variables that go into that. We're talking about things that haven't happened yet, for one thing. We're making estimates of when they will happen and so on. The allowance for doubtful account, that involves estimating whether or not things will be collected. And then amortization of the capital assets, that's also an estimate because you're estimating how long these assets are going to last. But those are all standard things for a municipality, so there's nothing to worry about there. We're just required to let you know about those. And why is that important? Well, it's probably not that important for a municipality. These rules apply to public companies too. So, you know, public companies, different ballgame. People are making estimates to make share prices go up and down and so on. It's a risky area when there's estimates. So that's why we talk about these things. No material uncorrected misstatements. So that's good. And we had no significant difficulties during the audit. Well, we didn't have any difficulties, no difficulties significant or otherwise. So again, thanks to the staff here for all their help. We will be also providing a management letter with a few things that we noted during the audit that could be investigated and looked into, but nothing that I would consider to be serious. So overall, you know, that's good news report, I believe. But I will stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Dirks. Before I move into any questions, do I want to jump to 9.2, 2023 audited financial statement, and have Ms. Thompson come down as well to maybe what we'll do? Okay. I'll ask you to come down and I'll open up 9.2, 2023 audited financial statements. And are there any questions for either Mr. Dirks or Ms. Thompson in regards to our audit? Bill, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Councillor McGee?
Morning. Yeah, okay. A clean opinion is auditor language for there's no qualifications to the auditor's report. So for example, this year just as an example, when there's a departure from Canadian public sector accounting standards, then we would not have a clean opinion. So we do have some clients that didn't do any work regarding determining whether they have any of these asset retirement obligations. So if you looked at the auditor's report for those clients, we would say, other than blah, 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 that they didn't do any work in this area, the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. But in Town's case, there wasn't anything, so clean opinion. So there was no departures from Canadian public sector accounting standards. That's what that would mean.
The second thing is that the Matrix Group, I assume, does a number of municipalities of similar sizes. Would you have a ballpark on that, just so that the public might say, oh, this is the only one they do?
Oh, no. We do it 80 municipalities and related, roughly 80 and related entities. You know, as far as towns go that are similar, well, Morinville, Drayton Valley, Drayton Valley, Wake Upville. Stony Plain's a little bit bigger. Whitecourt, population-wise, similar. Those are the ones that are closer to the north end of the province, right? So those are the ones that would be most comparable to Drayton Valley, probably.
Generally, we would fit in the middle of the road. We're neither here nor there, but we're okay. That's what I'm getting from the.
Well, yeah, I mean, I took a look at, as far as your financial position, you mean? Yeah, I did do a little bit of looking yesterday at some of those financial statements. And when you looked at Stony Plain, for example, your population is about half, but a lot of your debt and various items, reserves are about half of theirs. I would say that you're very similar to Stony Plain. Morinville, you're probably in a little bit better shape. And then Whitecourt, they seem to be a little more flush. So, somewhere in the middle there. The province used to actually, and they kind of got away from it. They used to put out what they call municipal indicator graphs, and they would compare municipalities of a similar size and put some metrics out on debt per capita and those kinds of things, which was nice. They didn't stop doing that, but I think if you push them on it, they still have the data, and they could provide you with a list of, I think it used to be Drayton Valley. They would compare you to 10 or 15 others. Like I think Tabor was in that list and some of these other places. And it doesn't tell you that. It's kind of just gives you an idea of where you stack up against others. So I think you could ask them for that information and they could put it together. Because actually, just as an aside, beside the financial statements, we also have to submit to the province a financial information return. That is a spreadsheet basically with all these numbers. So they take that spreadsheet and dump it into their database and they can make all these comparisons. So I think if Elvira felt like it, she could probably twist their arm into giving you some kind of comparatives to other municipalities.
Well, I think it's a comfort thing for, like when I sit and I hear your conversation with us this morning, and given my limited knowledge of financials or any of those things, it's just not my style. It's a comfort level. And so thus I ask a few questions about that. And my sense is that when you look at, we're at 30%, we possibly could borrow $29 million, but we're well within our borrowing abilities. Okay, that's the elevator conversation.
Yes. And yet I think, speaking with Elvira recently, like you do have some projects coming up, right? That are, we don't know what's happening to some degree in the future. You have $8 million set aside in reserves. What is the number, right? Smaller towns that we deal with, something like maybe Bruderheim or those places may have $1 million, right? It sounds like a lot of money, but you know how long it takes to spend $8 million. It doesn't take very long anymore, right? So, I guess what your job is, a balancing act is between the needs of the citizens and how much money they want to pay for taxes, right? And so that's not an enviable job sometimes.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kamana?
Thank you. And thank you, Phil, and good to see you again. Just a specific question first, and then I'll go to more generic questions later. Just on the equity slide that you had unrealized losses for 167,000. What would that be?
Yeah, so that, good question. Thank you. That related to, I was talking about the market value switch to recording investments at market value. So there's actually a new statement, which I didn't mention in the financials. If you looked at page, I don't know if your page numbers are the same, but page 6 in your financial statements, there's now a statement called the Statement of Remeasurement Gains and Losses. So that just shows the difference in the year that changed between market value one year to the next. So that's what that relates to. And unfortunately, next year, if you hold those mutual funds, that number could be positive 150 depending on the market, right? So there's various schools of thought as to what's the right way to account for these things. And, somebody somewhere thought this was a better way to do it now. So.
Okay, thank you. Again, just I guess going on Councillor Maggie's questions there. For us as a small municipality, debt servicing limits, where do you think we are sit? We are right at par with the other comparable ones that you mentioned, or?
Yeah, I don't think that the limit that I think we were at 30% of the debt limit. I don't think that's necessarily, what I would consider high to some of these other municipalities that we're dealing with. But I do know that, in the case of Stony Plain, now they're going to borrow a lot of money for a new recreation center. And I think you have some projects coming up that I can think of one client where they're very, very close to the top end of their debt limit, which that would be a concern, right? And they're having a hard time making ends meet. So you're definitely not in that situation. And I always think too, is like when you think about people's personal finances, which one would you rather be? The one with, you're basically at the top end of your own personal debt, whatever they call those metrics where you're, measuring how much debt you can handle, or you're somebody that has a lot of savings and ready for, any kind of emergency, you have a bank account to sit on, right? So anyways, does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure.
I was just going to add too that something to always keep in mind is the more percent of your debt that you have used up, the bigger the operating costs associated with that, because you have to make those payments. And so and as you increase taxes, your space also becomes bigger. So just some things to consider as well. And then as well, he briefly mentioned it and we've talked about it a lot, but we just approved 2 borrowing bylaws this year for, I want to say almost 4 million of spending, and then we'll have another 4 million next year. So an important consideration too is that today, what's the difference between what everything looks like today compared to where we're going? And so it's just important to note that the auditors don't audit our 20-year financial plan. They audit today's books, and just to know that we are going to be using up parts of a fairly significant chunk of the available debt limit in the next 2 years. So not to scare you, but just to keep in mind that we have projects coming up that we have to use some of that debt limit. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Elvira. Actually, the debt limit inherently, like the calculation, is 1.5 times your operating revenue. So, this year you had a bit of a blip in your operating grants, but that might not be what's going to happen for the next 10 years, right? But you did get an increase of, 1.5 times that increase in your debt limit. So, but, compared to our other clients of a similar size, right now, there's, I wouldn't say there's any concern with the amount that you used to date.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I know there's a lot of chatter in the provincial government and all that about how municipalities operate. Has there been any discussion about the formulas and all that?
Well, I know there was a little bit of concern around, I think they're starting to look at how much of your amortization you're spending on asset additions, right? So this year, the town had roughly, I think it was $8.7 million of amortization, but you only had $5.4 million of capital additions. So they're starting to look at that and go, well, why aren't you, which is kind of silly in some respects, because you might be saving for a project that might be coming down in a few years from now, right? So that's one thing I've heard about, and I think Elvira can probably give a little more context on that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Well, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. I guess we're happy to hear that we're not in bad shape. You'll probably come next year and it'll be a different story. As Ms. Thompson had mentioned, we have a few more projects coming on board. We appreciate the time that you've taken and the drive out this morning. And I'm not sure if you're going to stick around for the rest of the discussion here as we move into the decision item.
Yeah, I'll probably sit here and listen for a bit, but yeah, thanks for having me. And, we work for council, so if you have questions and you wake up one night and I should ask Phil about that, and I didn't, you can get Elvira to hook us up and we'll get you an answer for any questions that you didn't have or didn't ask and thought of later. So thank you and have a good day.
Oh, I guess Mr. McGee just thought of something
Just
right now.
you suggested that there be a management letter to follow, and I assume that gets circulated.
I just forwarded you the audit findings letter. I realized I hadn't forwarded it, but it will be in your inbox right now.
Yeah, there's also be a management
Yeah.
letter. We'll let Elvira look at that first, and then you would be welcome to look at that. But like I said, there wouldn't be anything that was significant concerns in there. So, all right,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, and I will hand it over to Ms. Thompson, and I think we'll carry on. And I just opened it up here because it was part of the conversation.
Sure,
If
yeah.
you want to jump to this then?
Sure. As is proper municipal protocol, the annual audit of the Drayton Valley's financial statements is conducted by an independent accounting firm, and the results of the audit are presented to council. Following the presentation of the 2023 audited financial statements by the Mr. Phil Dirks from Metrics Group, council can accept the same as information. So I can answer any questions that you have at this point, maybe that are more specific to detailed projects or anything like that now, if you have. If not, we can move on to the motion.
Okay, are there any questions in regards to this decision item? So this is more, I guess, specific to, I guess, the schedule of segmented information too as well, right? If anyone has any, as you kind of look through and scan forward, were there any additional questions for Ms. Thompson? Or will we have Mr. Dirks here as well?
Are you looking for questions on the actual, the bylaw, within the bylaw, the material that you sent?
Not the mill rate bylaw, but the 2023 audited financials. So that would be,
Okay, we're not ready for that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to accept the financial statements as information.
yep. Councillor Evans, did you have a question or you want to, yep, go ahead.
Can you just explain a little bit more about the increase for the waste management expenses? That was just sort of a rejigging of the formula for what we need to put away for when we need to, for reclamation, et cetera?
Yeah, it was part of the liability, but actually it was just more so the, some of the consulting fees and leachate testing fees that we just went over budget on. And the other thing to note too with Aspen Waste, and I mentioned this when I brought the Q4 report forward, was that essentially more than our surplus gets put into reserve. So even though when you look at the revenues and expenses, we made some money, but we, for every ton of waste that goes into our landfill, we put, I want to say $12 or $13 into a reserve. It's called airspace reserve, which helps us replace cells in the future to expand our airspace. So the whole surplus gets put into a reserve. So we actually end with putting more into the reserve than that actually generated, meaning.
We end up with a net deficit
Correct.
at the end of the year.
Correct. So not for revenues expenses, but in terms of what we then put into reserves, yes. And so that is, from what I can tell, is not unusual, but we're always trying to look for efficiencies to make that not happen. We've come a long ways, as we've discussed previously. In 2020, for example, was a really rough year for the landfill. We actually had a net loss. The expenses were actually higher than the revenue that year alone, aside from the required reserve transfers. So we have come a long ways, but we still have a little bit of ways to go. And it is tricky when you're planning out what the potential liability will be in the future. It's hard to know what amount is the exact right amount to put into a reserve and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, in general, it did go over budget a little bit on the expenses. Some regulatory requirements that were not captured in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Well, go ahead, Councillor Clerk.
So, when we're doing budgets, it's tough to understand what accounting practices are going to change, right? So is there some sort of secret accounting group that knows what changes are coming? And
Yeah.
can you adjust even halfway through a year, or is that?
So when we budget on cash typically. We're required to budget amortization, which is an estimate, just like the retirement obligation that Phil talked about. So when we budget, we actually budget on cash, and this retirement obligation was not a cash adjustment, if that makes sense. So it affects our surplus, if you will, but not necessarily our cash needs that year. It's just in a future, we're setting up this liability because at some point in the future, it will take cash to settle those debts. When we know that expense will be the next year, then we'll budget for it. So it has to be reflected on the financial statements because it's required to. We're obligated to. And so somebody looking at the financial statements can see like the overall health, like what's coming up in the future, what obligations will they have? What will it cost to close the landfill one day? What will it cost to tear down a building with asbestos? What will the remediation of that cost, like what will it cost? And so it's just a way for somebody to look at the financial statements and be able to see. And in my opinion, I think, I don't know. I don't know exactly what triggered this change, but we've known for a few years that it's coming, but it doesn't overly impact how we budget or really impact council. It impacts us a lot just in terms of trying to calculate it. And it feels like a really difficult and professional, it feels like a big guess in certain terms. And so it's just trying to use all the information that we're given, like square footage of, the recommendation is if you have asbestos, what's the square footage of the building, when was it built, and using all that information, we calculate an estimate. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to pay for it tomorrow or next year. We will know the year before if we're going to tear down a building and if that cost will have to be realized. And at that point, we'd budget for it. It just means at that point, we could reduce that liability and it would make our net financial position look better that year. If that makes sense. I know it's kind of complicated to explain, but yeah.
And the other question I have is, so, you know, we're here in this room and we understand that we're able to ask those questions. So somebody from the public looking at this, how would they know that those things have come up? Is it in a file somewhere? Or?
Right. Yeah, there's a note in the financial statements. If you, Jen, if you go to page, I don't know. Let me have a quick look to see what page the notes are on. But there are notes to the financial statements. So
41, I think. 41, I think.
41?
Yeah.
So you'll have, well, first of all, if the auditors did not restate 2022's, the difference in the surplus and from last year and this year would be a huge change. And you would be like, what in the world's going on? But because technically that retirement obligation didn't arise in 2023, it already existed in 2022. We simply weren't required to put it on the financial statements in 2022. So for comparative reasons, they restated 2022 so that you could actually see what the change in the liability was. But if somebody was holding the 2022's financial statements from last year and then looked at 2022 balances here, they'd see the difference. So that's why in the notes, they have a restatement. So there's a asset retirement obligation. So it says kind of why and how, but there's also a restatement note as well. It says that 2022's numbers were restated for comparative reasons. So the best example that, for example, me looking at that in how they change is if you go up to page, trying out this new tablet to see if we can use this instead of printing 500 pages. On page 28. Is it 28?
I think
No,
the
not
notes start on
28.
35 or 36. The notes start on 36.
I'm looking for the reserves. Page 42. Nope. Good gosh. So where,
The reserves?
okay, it's 21, page 44 of the agenda. Correct. Okay, so at the top of that page, last year, if you took your financial statements from last year when Phil was here, and they're on the website too, the unrestricted surplus line where there's 4.2 million, that was zero. Because of the way we changed the way, oh man, it's kind of complicated to explain, but essentially every year when we put money into when we record the liability for the landfill, it reduces our surplus, right? Because we're putting money aside. It's not a cash, but our overall. This year, they changed how we did it. So we added it all back into surplus and set up the liability and the associated costs. It just changed how we did it. So if you didn't have the note and he didn't restate 2022s, you'd think, how do we go from 0 to 4.5 million? Well, we didn't go from 0 to 4.5 million. It's simply a restatement. We went from 4.2 to 4.5. So that's an example, but there's a note explaining that. And it's not a cash change. It's an accounting restatement. And the way we, like he said before, we were saying, like, let's say it's $6 million. We know it will cost $6 million to close the landfill and monitor it for 25 years. So then every year we put a little money into accrue the liability more and more and more until we have 6 million. Ideally, we could line it up with the closure. Of course, that's a perfect world. So at closure time, we had $6 million accounted for the closure. Now, try and see if I can explain it right. Now we record the 6 million right away and record the 6 million as with an associated asset and then amortize that slowly over time as it reduces to 0 when it closes, which is why that changed. Probably, I don't know. Let me know if that makes sense. Does that explain correctly-ish? Do you have something more to add?
Now could we get it in English?
Yeah.
If you're an accountant.
I guess to Councillor Clark's question, yeah, for somebody that doesn't know accounting, they probably wouldn't know where to look or, I guess one of the first things, if you look at that note, that 4.2 million, if you went back to last year's statements, that 4.2 million was your landfill closure, post-closure liability. So it wasn't that we didn't have one set up before, they just have these new rules now. So I think what Elvira was trying to say, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but so we start 2022 with $1 million, let's say. Then next year, the liability goes to, let's say, 500,000. That increase in your liability is an expense in your financial statements, but I don't know if you budget for that, right? So I think that's what she was saying is you will budget for the actual outlay when you will actually close the landfill or, in the case of this asbestos, what we noticed, the school boards, they went through all this before the municipalities. So they have all these schools in the province that are old. Lots of times they don't tear down the whole school. They might go, oh, we're out of space here. Knock a hole in that wall so we can add on some space. Well, when they knock a hole in that wall, then they find out they got to remediate some of this asbestos. So it's not that it happens all at once, So you're recording a liability based on, like, Elvira said, you had experts come in here and give you estimates as to what these things are going to cost. The province did the same thing with the school boards. They said $150 per cubic meter. Just use that unless you have a better number. I mean, it's kind of flimsy, and I'm kind of going on, but it's a wild. I don't want to say that really. Like it's a guesstimate. Like it's the best estimate that people can make, and you had experts make these estimates. You're not using parameters that are different than other places, and you don't need to have the cash set aside today. So I think that's where it's confusing for sure. And what is even more confusing is, and I think, my personal opinion, it doesn't make any sense to me. So if you had nothing on that statement and you built a building, so let's say it was $1 million, and then they decided, oh yeah, and when you tear that down, you're going to have to spend another $1 million. Well, then they want you to record a liability for that $1 million and set up an asset. But how does a liability add value to your asset? It makes no sense to me. So there are some shortcomings with it, I think. And it's like amortization. It tends to confuse things. Amortization is important too, because, you buy a grader, for example, you're not going to pay for another grader for maybe 10 years, but it would be prudent to put aside money every year so that you can save money. So when you need a new grader, you've got some cash set aside, right? There's no requirement to do that, but you know, that's probably not a bad idea because your other option is when your grader's broken, you have to get a loan, right? So I'm going on, but anyways, hopefully that's sort of,
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, you know, this is why we have accountants, this is why we have auditors.
well, yes, and the main, the
We
main
trust in the
premise
experts.
behind this is that there is gonna be some money getting expended at some point in time. And I think the people that make these rules, and there is a secret club, CPA Canada makes these rules, and, you know, unfortunately, I don't care enough to be involved with that, but, you know, I think that the point is they don't want some of these liabilities to come up down the road, and all of a sudden, everyone's scrambling because it wasn't on the books, right? So, and just before I shut up, I think that there would always be a default when you've got people making these estimates and the auditors. We always would prefer that number to be higher than lower because we don't want to find out later that it's worse than we thought, right? So anyway, hopefully that gives you a little bit more information.
I just do have one question, and I'm not sure if you or Alvera can answer this. When we're speaking about the asbestos abatement, right now we have a school that's being tore down, right? Where are they taking that waste? Is there asbestos? Do we charge for whether it's current or future? Because we don't know. Has it been halted because of that? Like, so when it's not our own buildings and they're filling up our landfill, like, is there a significant charge, or what's kind of happening with that? There is a charge, and do we know whether there's asbestos, and then how do we like plan for future, because now that's been put in our landfill. Not only has it taken up space, but there's that environmental asbestos impact that could get worse. Okay, so we bury it and remediate it. Do we charge for that? There's an additional charge? Oh, there is a charge for, okay, on the fee schedule. And I guess, do we have to accept it? And the reason I'm asking is if we're planning for post-closure, if we're planning for asbestos abatement and things like that, and we could be, because we don't know what the future is going to hold, are we putting ourselves in a bad or worse position that could end up costing us a lot more money down the line?
So the answer to that is that hopefully what we're bringing in is enough, what we're charging is enough
To cover.
to cover it. It should be. So that's why we have professional, for us, it's Tetra Tech, I believe, that does all the studies for us to make sure that we're accounting for things properly and that we are charging enough for things. We don't get a report every year, but yeah, so the answer is just with any type of waste, we should be bringing enough money in to deal with what it is going to cost to close and monitor. But of course, you never know how regulations will change. You know, on one side, you don't know if it'll take 25 years or if it's going to take 50 years, right? Because you monitor and test until there is no more I don't know, chemicals in there, waste, whatever.
Yeah.
But we don't know if that's 25 years, 26 years, or 28 years. That's the best estimate that we have. We also don't know if some technology will come along someday to treat some of this stuff more efficiently. So the answer is that we do charge more for that risk, I guess you could say.
And with us charging more, does that extra go into a reserve for this?
Yes. Well,
And
we
should,
do it per, yeah,
like just saying if typically,
Yeah.
let's say for removal of debris from a building, let's say we charge a flat rate of $100, right?
Yeah.
So let's say now that there's suspected asbestos or potential of asbestos, and we charge now 150. Do we take that 50 and put it in our
yeah.
reserve for asbestos?
Yeah, we haven't had like large amounts of asbestos like this. I don't know if ever.
I guess I'm
So
asking because
we will have to,
two
yeah.
schools, one being
Yeah.
quite old.
Yeah.
and, you
The new one, I don't think will have asbestos. I hope not. But the old one, although I don't know for sure, Shelley might know for sure, but I would imagine based on its age that it would have.
in some tile. Okay,
Before that school was probably built before people were using it and everything for the period of 70s and 80s, or maybe 80s is when it was used in so many different building materials. But yes, it will have to be treated and put in a reserve. But like I had mentioned before, we put more into reserves than we bring in. We try to be more safe on that front, so that to make sure that we have that set up. And plus, we have to set up a liability anyways with the way our financial statements are required to be stated.
so will there be a little note on our books then, because we received asbestos, so extra went into the reserves, or like when you're saying we're always putting in, just so if we look back in 10 years that we've seen that there was a large amount of asbestos hypothetically coming into our landfill, so we ensured that we put extra into the reserves or something.
Well, there isn't a large amount, that large of an amount anyway, but yeah, we would, in my records, you could see that, not on the financial statements.
Okay.
They wouldn't have something that specific,
Specific.
just because then you would have, I mean, I can't imagine how long Phil's financial statements would be if he had so many specific things, but if it's not me in that position, somebody else in my position
Right.
would be able to look back and see what we put into the reserves and why. So then you can see like what I based my calculation on. So if we don't have things that we take into the landfill that don't necessarily go into our cells, things like that, we don't have to necessarily, because they don't like materials like trees and branches and those kinds of things, for example. And so you can see on my calculation, like what the total ton we brought in for the whole year. And are we putting $12 per each ton, or am I adjusting for perhaps waste that came in that didn't go into our cells? Because that does not need to be accounted for in the airspace. It does not take up landfill space. So yeah, there's a lot of details in that calculation, but definitely traceable, yes.
Okay. Councillor Evans?
Yeah, just a comment on that. The asbestos is not a big concern until it's airborne. So, handling it at the site and bringing it to our site is where it needs to be managed carefully once it's in our landfill and buried, unless we open that thing up or disturb it in any way. It's not a concern. That's where asbestos comes into play when it gets airborne, gets into your lungs. So I'm just saying, I'm not really concerned about the fact that we brought it into our landfill. Yeah, I think, that's fine. We get an extra dollar for that. I did have a question about the restricted surplus that we have set aside for the landfill. So does that grow if we end up with the closing date extended? Would our restricted surplus grow with that, or do we have kind of a 6 million is what we're going to need based on the total land area of our landfill, and we're just trying to hit that number hit the restricted surplus number when we hit our fill point? Is that kind of how we're looking at that?
So it is based on the number of cells. So it changes based on how many cells we have that are going to need to be closed. So if we add a new cell, it changes that liability. So we recalculate it every year. We're not necessarily like aiming for the exact same number every year, if that makes sense. So if we build a new cell, well, now we'll have to close that cell. And we'll have to monitor that cell.
And that's based on, sorry to interrupt, that's based on the size of the cell that we've closed or that we're developing ahead?
So right now we actually have, Shelley would be able to answer this better, but we have all our group of cells right now, none of them have been, the ones that we're measuring for have not been closed yet, because we build groups of cells and then close them all at once because it's more cost effective that way.
Mhm.
And so now we are having to record the liability for the closing costs of all the cells and in monitoring. But as soon as a new cell gets built, now we also have to have a liability for that. And
So that would add an additional chunk
correct,
and an additional requirement for future monitoring, et cetera.
correct.
Can we not, would it not make more sense to calculate our total available storage in there and then have a final total number at the end? That
So
would-
are you saying,
need?
oh, sorry. Are you saying how many landfill cells there's room for?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What
Okay.
would be the max?
Right, right.
The max volumes that we could fit in the piece of property that we have called the landfill? And what would be
Yeah.
the final, because I'm assuming we're going to fill every nook and cranny we can in there till the end before we finally close it down and then we take it over and we have to monitor it. So it just seems a little piecemeal, if you will, basing it on, okay, this cell is this big that we're going to be starting, so now we need to increase as opposed to
yeah.
working with a,
Well, this is the best estimate. This is the best guess that we have at this moment. I guess you could say as of this year, we have this much that we are required to.
so.
I mean,
the-
that's a requirement anyway.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't want to, there's one thing to be safe on financial statements, I guess, but there's another to like have so much liability that we are not sure is going to come about. I don't know. And also we could buy more land, we could expand it. There's so many ever changing things all the time that we work on this estimate and perfect it, I guess, as best you can every year. Anyways, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Phil.
So, it may not be a bad idea to have that number somewhere, but it wouldn't show up on the statements until you actually start accepting places. There is.
So we're covering the liability that we're up to what we're working on now. Okay, yeah, and the only reason I'm asking is I'm wondering how close are our estimates? We're going to end up with a schwack of money in there that is just kind of sitting there, correct?
In the reserve?
Yeah.
So when yeah, maybe, but in the reserve,
Well, I mean, what do you mean, maybe? Are we
Well-
putting that money away every year as we develop a cell and that's earmarked for taking care of it at the end?
yeah, so we have physical reserve set up and a liability. We don't have 4 million in the reserve, for example. We have 4 million that we need to get to in the reserve. Cash that we do need to put aside at some point upon that time. So we set up a reserve every year. We put money in the reserve, but we can use that to build cells. So the reserve goes up and down a little bit because we put money aside in every ton that we take in, we know we're going to have to replace essentially. So every time a ton comes in, we put a little money into reserves. And then when we build a new cell, there's at least some money's put aside to build that cell. That's one of the reserves. There are other reserves that coincide with that, but they're not necessarily like cash hasn't been put into that as of today. We just know that leading up to that point, we were going to have that cash.
If I could add to that.
Go ahead, yes, Mr.
Madam
Burke.
Mayor, through you to Councillor Evans said. So there's a couple of things there from what I understand. At the end of the year, we transfer some surplus to the reserves. And for every ton that goes in, they put $12 aside for that. Now correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but my understanding is it's a bit of a juggling act. So if we opened up a new transfer site, they're going to say, okay, well, in the lifespan of that is 25 years or 50 years, whatever it may be. And at the end of your life, at the end of the life cycle, you're going to have to remediate that. And so that's the number that they're trying to get to in the reserves to save money, to take care of it when we have to close it. If you expand it midlife, like we were just talking about, then the cost to remediate that is going to go up. You know, in 5 years or in 3 years, a new council may decide that, no, we're not going to expand that. We're going to keep the landfill the same size as it is, because we don't want to put any more money aside for that, or whatever the reason may be. So if your idea around, well, let's see what our maximum expansion is, and then build to that liability, would encumber and cause some stress on our budget because we're saving for something that we might not do. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You know, if I am sitting in, that scares me over. I can't build the auditor, it's have to be carried lower, but, you know, eventually, you're gonna have to raise money through either tipping fees or some other way to pay for this. So, you know, that would be the question. Is it gonna be what they're saying it's gonna be? I would say, you know, it's probably not gonna be exactly that number. And unfortunately, you know, I haven't seen yet where somebody's actually closed their landfill entirely. They closed portions of it. And obviously, when you're 2 years out, you got a way better idea of what that looks like. 30, 20 years. So it requires fine tuning. The other thing that's included in there is inflation costs and those types of things, right? So that can change as well.
Councillor Evans?
So I guess if we never close it, we never have to spend that money, right? So we keep a little piece open at the end and we just, and this isn't really cash, it's just, it's a number in a restricted surplus account. I'm having trouble getting my head around that. I'm assuming we need to have the finances available there, however we calculate it, but it's not cash. Okay.
Some of it is, and
So
yeah,
I understand that we use that as well for expansion, et cetera. I was just looking at what would our final number be? What are we looking at? I mean, we keep saying it's a percentage of what we take in. I get all that. I appreciate the various explanations there. I understand that. We don't see where the final number is there. If we got to the end, even though we haven't seen anybody close a landfill, you know, what are we shooting for there is kind of where my head is at. And are we at too much, or is there some of that money available for other stuff if we need to come back in 5 years and hammer it harder to get up to where our liabilities are? Is there a requirement for a certain, like is it laid out what exactly we need to have set aside per cubic meters or whatever that we're using? It's a requirement?
yeah. So
Okay.
the report that we're still basing a lot of our estimates on was a Tetra Tech report. I believe it's 2019. I really want it to get updated because I think it's high time.
Okay.
So they will base their estimates on a variety of different things at the landfill, like they go there and all
Yeah,
the
what
things,
it's going
right?
to cost to
Yeah,
continue the
and so
testing
then-
and all that stuff.
Yeah, so they
Got it.
develop a report, they tell us, and then I build the estimate based on that, and then Phil audits it. And
So in theory, we couldn't use some of this money to keep from borrowing some money and push that down the line. Say we got 40 years left in the landfill, so we don't borrow this money now. Well, it's expensive, and we look at you know, say we spend 2 million on a project, we borrow 2 million in 5 years when interest rates have come down, and we bump up this fund. Understand what I'm saying? Could we use some of that money that we've set aside that isn't cash, but we've set it aside. I still have trouble getting my head around that, but, and it's, maybe it's a moot point. I apologize if I'm wasting everybody's time here. I'm just trying to get my head around ultimately what we would need for the landfill when we shut it down in however many years. And we have this money sitting there, in my mind, doing nothing, and we're borrowing at a high cost to try and cover some of our capital projects.
Unfortunately, or just not unfortunately, just this is regulated,
Yeah.
this liability. So I can't really change that to make other areas look better. Or because also it's not a cash,
Yeah.
all of it isn't. So we expense it over the years essentially. So it's just, it's not that simple, but I think there's other ways we can manage maybe some of our borrowings, but I think the best thing that we can do is just knowing what's coming up, just intentionally saving up for projects coming up to prevent us from having to borrow over the next few years, aside from the 3 or 4 big projects that, you know, it's too late at this point, to make sure that we're like for the ice plant, for example, or there's a couple of projects right now that council made the decision over the last few years, like, hey, we know that's coming up. Let's put 50,000 or whatever it is, 166,000 for the ice plant, I believe, a year aside. And when it comes time to it, our portion of the money is maybe not all there, but a large portion of it is there. I think that's like the best way, in my professional opinion, to manage that debt. But it's difficult now when it seems like our hands are handcuffed. But that short answer is I'm not 100% understanding, but no, I don't believe that we can do what, you know.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And I agree, you want to save for those big costs, just like anybody else would. I just was looking at what we're putting aside, and we aren't going to be using much of that until 20 years, 25 years down the road. So we've got that money. It's not sitting there, but it is sitting there. So I just thought there might be
Yeah.
some flexibility there. Again, I apologize for taking everybody's time. I got it.
Sure. It means that, like, if you look on the statement of net assets, I think you call it, right? It just means that all our liabilities we can cover all our liabilities with all our assets. It's not necessarily liquid. Correct. Yeah.
If we shut it down right now, we would have sufficient funds allocated to cover the testing and the reclamation requirements, more or less?
More or less.
Okay.
What we could not if we shut it down today, but if we shut it down when we're predicting to shut it down.
Could I just add? I think you make some good points. I mean, let's just clarify, and I'm not trying to say that anybody said anything wrong. So you have the liability, 5.9 million, and then there's 2 separate issues here. You have that book, but then you have some cash set aside in the reserves. So, you know, in response to your question, Councillor Evans, what if you had $6 million sitting in the reserves already? Yes, I mean, it could be tempting to borrow from yourself and pay that back at some point in the future. So there would be, I'm not trying to say what you said was wrong, Elvira, but you could do that, but you still have to have the liability recorded. And what that number is, that number, if the guys that did their homework and did these studies did a good job, that's the number that is the number would be today. But that number is going to grow as you get closer to closure, because basically it's going to cost you less today than it would 10 years from now. So.
The reason why is we're required to put into reserve for the purpose of course, council can do whatever with the reserves that they want at the end of the day. But what we're putting into reserves is essentially restricted for landfill purposes. That's there. And of the 5-some million, we have 2.7 in reserves. Essentially, that we've already put into reserves. So 1.5 million is for airspace, we call it airspace. So that is to build a new cell. So if a new cell will have to be built in the next 5 years, which it will, then we're putting money aside to replace that cell. So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good conversation, lots of conversation there. If there's no other questions, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion to accept Mr. Phil Dirk's information? Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
I will make the motion that council accept the 2023 audited financial statements for the town of Drayton Valley as presented by Mr. Phil Dirks of Metrics Group LLP as information.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? And I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
Thank you, Bill. That is carried. And thank you, Mr. Dirks. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll call a 10-minute break and then we will come back and reconvene and we'll jump back to decision item, the first decision item. We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:41 a.m. and we'll jump back into our decision item, circling back around to 9.1 with Ms. Elvira Thompson for the mill rate bylaw 2024-03F.
Thank you. So I had mentioned this previously when I was doing the Q4 financial report that we did have some growth in the municipal tax or the municipal assessments, which resulted in some increase in tax revenue outside of having to increase the mill rate. So that is why I have two options here for council today. So I'll just read my little thing here and we'll move on to the options. Each year, the town sets its mill rates, which are required to be collected to meet the operational and capital expenses for the town. The mill rate, also referred to as the millage rate, is a figure representing the amount per $1,000 of the assessed value of property, which is used to calculate the amount of property taxes. All residential and commercial property in Drayton Valley is assessed, and the mill rate and mill rate factor are multiplied by the taxable assessment. Mill rate bylaw 2024-03F is being presented for first, second, and third readings at today's regular meeting of council. The adoption of the mill rate supports the tax levy requirements of the 2024 operating and capital budget. Council is being asked to approve mill rate bylaw 2023F as presented, and of course we have two options there. We had about $300,000 of revenue being generated by growth. What this means is that council could choose to increase the mill rate by the 4.18% that we talked about during budget, or you wouldn't have to increase it by that amount because of that growth. So in order to generate the same amount of revenue, you could increase it by less than 2%. So those are the two options. You can either generate the $645,000 needed to meet the budgetary requirements, or you could go with the first option. Actually, the recommended option is to take advantage of the growth and still increase the mill rate by the 4.1% and take advantage of the extra $300,000 of growth. Sorry? Yeah.
Extra.
Yeah. So I can answer any. Oh, the other thing I was going to note that the average residential property. So we always highlight residential and commercial, but just to, I bring this up every year just to make sure the council knows that there are a lot of other assessment groups, but those are our biggest two. And I guess the one that the average resident would care the most about. So we highlight those two. So the average residential went from $249,230 to $265,885. And the average commercial went from $838,039 to $884,728. So if you have any questions at this time, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Thompson? Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Okay, so if we kept if we increased to 4.11% and we have the additional $300 and some thousand, does does administration have the capacity to, I guess, execute on an extra 300 and some $1,000 worth of projects or?
Well, you could do with that money what
Yeah.
it would go into a reserve. It would just
Yeah.
go there until it's directed to be spent by council. It's not budgeted right now,
Not-
right?
Not straight to
So
capital.
we can't
Okay.
just spend it on whatever, right? Because it's not budgeted for.
Mhm.
But it's available.
Right, so from an accounting perspective, you would love to see that go directly into reserves.
Yes, but, but it can alleviate a lot of the pressures that council faced during the last budget. It can help in the next budget cycle, which is the recommended, not to amend last year's budget is, although it's possible, that we would recommend that to just have that built there, and then it can alleviate some pressures in the 2025 budget.
And I believe we're going to start those conversations in July, so we'll have quite a bit of time to know what projects are coming
What's
forward.
needed,
And
yeah.
what's needed, and then if you're wanting to look at some of the other projects from last year that got maybe dropped as well. Councillor Cabana?
Thank you. 4.11 mill rate recommended, mill rate increase. How much of a tax, that's the proposed one, right? And then with the lower one, how much of a tax
Okay.
will we be looking at?
Sure. So for option one, which is the recommended one, the average resident would pay $200 more in
year?
tax. Sorry,
A year.
a year, $205 to be exact. And the average commercial would pay $1,379 extra. With option two, option two, oh, okay, sorry. The average residential would pay 155 extra dollars, and the average commercial would pay 1,037.
Okay, and what's the percentage?
The percentage increase
Right.
for the average commercial, it'd be 6% for both, actually, just over 6%.
With the 4.1 or with the 2.1?
With option two, correct. And yeah, because there is the average growth. Yeah, it like when I speak, this is why the taxes kind of can get complicated or confusing sometimes, because when we have overall growth, but a lot of those are exempt, or like schools and hospitals, churches, they're being assessed but not taxed. And so sometimes when I speak of overall growth, it doesn't all translate to revenue growth for us. And so sometimes, and another thing to add to that is that the overall growth that we saw was only 300,000, which is about 3%, 2 point some percent. But the average, because of the growth, so you're adding the 6% that we see, it doesn't translate exactly, because there is a lot of other codes in there that have seen growth or seen negative growth. And so I speak only with residential and commercial as if those are the only two codes, but they're not. And so the other areas are also taking money in and expending money, but I don't ever tell you what the average amount that a vacant industrial or a multi-resident, all those kinds of things. So it can kind of be confusing sometimes, but all that to say is average residential and commercial is what the most amount of people are looking for. So the average residential increased in value. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right one. So for option one, which is recommended, okay, so the average residential grew by 6.6%. That's just the growth part. And then their tax would be 8% because of the growth plus the mill rate, the tax rate, if that makes sense. So you have the growth. So one person will see, if a mill rate or the tax rate increases, it gets applied to everyone. But it'll impact people differently because their growth is different.
Right. So in the end, with the last budget, we approved 5.84% average increase. Was that the number?
Like the last year,
No, the one that we just approved.
No, it was 4.18.
4.18 was, oh, for the
4.18.
budget in December. Yeah,
Budget in
4.18. Yes,
4.18.
yes, yeah, yeah.
So that, with the 4.11 mill rate increase, we are achieving that? Or we are,
With the growth,
no.
yeah.
This,
Option 1 or option 2? I think what you're asking is,
exactly.
so because of the assessment value increased, there's the potential to have around $300,000
Yeah.
on extra to go into reserves or to be spent.
Yeah.
However, so which option, if we say,
Right.
yes, we can get the 300,000 to go into reserves, is at the 4.18%, or do we have to increase that? Is that what you're asking?
Right.
So the 4.18%, to increase our total revenues by 4.18%, it turns out that because of the growth, that would mean we only have to increase the tax rate by way less because the growth already gave us some of the revenue. So we're talking revenue increase or tax rate increase. What's the headline? Yeah, Wally, take it away.
Not quite sure what the headline will be, Counselor, but we may be overcomplicating the issue. So with the growth in assessment, what Elvira is saying, with the growth in assessment, when we did our budget back in December, with the growth in assessment, council doesn't necessarily have to do the 4.18% tax increase. Okay, with the growth in assessment, we've covered the revenue that we would have gotten if the assessment growth didn't come up. So what we're saying to council, to be transparent, is, we all agreed on a 4.18% tax increase. However, with the assessed growth, according to the numbers that we presented back in December, we don't necessarily have to do that. You can, because it means an extra $300,000 that will help you offset expenses for next year, or whatever we choose to use that for. So if you only want to achieve what we thought we would achieve by a 4.18% tax increase, if you want to achieve those revenue numbers, because of the assessed growth, we can drop that tax rate. So those are the two options that are in front of you. And I think Elvira indicated it would be 2 point something. I'm not sure what the exact number is on that, but that's the situation.
So.
Thanks, Wally.
Sorry, just to clarify, so 4.11 mill rate increase resonate to 4.18 tax increase. That's option 1 that you're proposing, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Bill. You have a question?
Thank you. I just want to state my position, and that would be to maintain the 4.18%. So that we got that extra 300,000. With the 2 debentures that we approved this year, we're already at probably 2 3/4% increase in taxes for next year. So this probably could help us alleviate the tax increase that we're going to need for the following year.
Thank you, Bill. Any other questions? I just have one, and I think I've asked you this 100 times, but I'm going to ask you again. When I was just kind of looking at the bylaw and the numbers, and I was looking at, and maybe I am wrong here, when I look at, what page is it? It's when I look at Brazeau County, it's on page, I think it's 19. They have vacant and small business, non-residential tax. Do you remember when I asked if we could do a vacant business for those that don't live in the community tax? Is Brazeau County doing it? And how are they? Because it says vacant and small business, so I just wanted to.
But not where the owner lives. It's either vacant residential or vacant non-residential,
Yeah,
it doesn't go one step further to say vacant and the owner lives not in town that's one. There's, the
Um,
MGA restricts kind of like how many
So
subgroups,
if
yeah.
we're gonna go vacant, non-residential, you have to go vacant, non-residential for all
Correct.
vacant businesses.
Yeah,
and
which we do.
buildings.
We do have vacant.
We do have a, and how much of a difference is that from occupied?
Let me just. So I didn't prepare like our assessment changes for vacant specifically.
Yeah.
Because we have so many different codes. I didn't specifically. So let me just look really quickly. So vacant commercial actually decreased. The assessed value decreased slightly in 2024, but remained relatively unchanged, which is a large amount. That's our bigger residential, or that's our bigger vacant code is commercial. And it almost didn't change in 2024. It went down slightly, but not a lot. And then we have, vacant residential increased slightly and multi-residential remained unchanged
And we
for
can't,
assessments.
and we can't, hypothetically, when we say if we go with the option, I can't remember which one it was, and remain at the 4.18% for a commercial building, you would see 1379 a year. We couldn't, I guess, set that and say, okay, could you take some or lessen that and apply it and increase it to vacant commercial, right? And those that are occupied, like, I guess they would have a different tax rate, right? So those that are vacant would have a slightly higher tax rate than those that aren't. You can't do that, or can you?
I believe you can. I'd have to look into that more, just how to structure the bylaw. But you can change them in different ways if you want to. My recommendation would not to maybe do it this year only because it's not really enough time to make sure that,
Yeah.
So the vacant, I believe, can be taxed differently, but not vacant and specifying where the owner.
Yeah, and I
owns
guess
it.
that's
Yeah.
where initially. Started this conversation is, there are some buildings that have been sitting vacant for years and they're not residents of the community. They live, in a different province or a different city. And there is rumors that there's no desire to fill those spaces, right? So that's when I guess I started this conversation, is to say, could there be a different tax rate for vacant commercial buildings that don't reside in our community, right? Just like, I guess they do with residential in a lot of places, right? But we would be doing it with commercial. But what Elvira is telling me is that you can't kind of differentiate whether they live here or they live in a different community. So like you said, we need a little bit of time to see what that looks like. So I don't know how commercial business owners that live in the community would feel about that. But I know that, I guess that the intention there is to stimulate growth and try to increase, the desire to fill those spaces, right? So I don't know how developers or commercial building owners would feel, but, maybe they would help, that would help. And then I guess it would alleviate a little bit of the commercial tax burden for those that are occupied, right? So I guess it's something that we can maybe talk about when we come to the budget. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor McGee?
The only thing that continually interests me is when we look through the whereas, we have annexed residential, annexed vacant, annexed small business, annexed machinery and equipment. I know what the explanation is, but I think it's important to understand that we have a position on annexed property.
Correct. So what that means is that when we entered into the annexation agreement with the county in Brazeau County in 2012, there were requirements for how the affected properties had to be taxed. And so the agreement was that they would continue to be taxed at Brazos County rates as long as they are lower than ours. So if ours were lower, then they would be ours. That likelihood is not going to happen. So we always say they have to be taxed at the Brazos County rates for 50 years.
Unless they subdivide, right?
Unless they subdivide, the subdivided owner of the subdivided piece has to pay Town of Drayton Valley rates. But so if you own a quarter section and you subdivide and give your child or sell or give it to your child and they become the new owners of that piece, they have to pay Town of Drayton Valley rates.
And first parcel out would still pay the annex
And
rate.
you would continue, yes, correct. You would continue paying the county rates.
Yeah,
And-
and I know that explanation. I just, the point that's being made for me is that I enjoy all of the amenities.
Yeah,
I don't pay full tax. 50 years. Goofy.
it's a long time, yeah. And the more interesting, maybe not more interesting, but interesting piece too, it says that that must be taxed by the Town of Drayton Valley, so that annexed land must be taxed by the Town of Drayton Valley in respect of each assessment class that applies to the annexed land and the accessible improvements to it using never mind, that's the wrong one, sorry. Essentially, there's a clause saying that that property has to be assessed as though they were still county. Sometimes there can be like land in town is more valuable, but there's a clause saying that, yeah, like even their assessment has to be done in a way that continues on as if though they were county property, essentially. That one was interesting to me too. I don't know how often that comes up. If there's not really much dispute in that area, I don't think that really changed it much, but it's interesting to note as well. But yeah, but there's also properties that didn't change much. For example, let's bring up like River Ravine. They're not part of it, right? They are pretty much a part of town, right? And so there's other areas but then you have annexed property further out that enjoy less amenities and they're paying possibly town rates if they're subdivided and such. So there's a lot of interesting pieces to it. And at the end of the day, it'll impact one person differently than another. And it's a long time. It's a long agreement for sure.
Yeah, it seems like perhaps we should consider divesting. Amen.
Oh, man. So I'm guessing, just trying to think of all the annex land. They're not hooked to our water. They don't get recycling, garbage pickup, none of that, right? Like any of the annex. And River Ravine doesn't as well. I know that there was an ask, was there not, for garbage pickup?
I'm not sure about I think they have all our amenities, do they not, Shelley? River Ravine has all they have garbage pickup as well, do they not?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Water,
But they do
sewer.
have water sewer.
Would there be an appetite, and I'm just throwing it out there, to offer it as revenue? Like when we talk about our annexed areas don't have it, or am I just bringing up something I shouldn't bring it up? Okay. And then I guess I have one more question, kind of circling back to the hospital. So the hospital isn't included in all of this, but they use our water and our sewer, and it's probably a big demand on our system, right? Are there any other fees or anything that we charge, or can they be adjusted when we look at that distribution? When it comes time to look at our franchise fees, is there a way to seclude the hospitals to say an increase there to compensate for water and sewer and things like that?
Yeah, no, there's not. We have brought it up when we've talked about franchise fees in the past. We've talked about the fact that it's a chance for us to get some revenue out of places that don't pay taxes. Unfortunately, it's set like one franchise fees across. Like we give Fortis one franchise fee. So I think from a provincial standpoint, it's like one of those areas where they give us some money, they provide the service, they're providing a healthcare service in town. They shouldn't, they're like, obviously for them, there's justification to the fact that they don't pay property taxes. For some of their, for example, the courthouse, our CMP building, I think. There used to be another one that is, they pay us a grant in place of taxes.
Or CMP, yes.
So it's like, it's called grants in place of taxes. So essentially what it is like they decide what they want to pay us in lieu of property taxes. So sometimes it's half of the property tax levy would be, sometimes it's 75%, sometimes it's 25%.
But not the hospital?
The hospital and schools are exempt
Exempt.
entirely, and churches.
Yeah. I guess I just look at the strain on our water system, right? Or the impact.
Yeah, I mean,
And
yeah, they would pay the utility.
Yeah, they would
Like
pay the
levy?
utilities though.
utilities?
So the utility should pay for future infrastructure.
Oh, it will be for
Um,
future
Well, it's supposed to, and I brought this up multiple times too, and I'm going to be working on a project to show how we can wean off of operating on those dollars. But yeah, like for all utility revenues, we should be putting a fairly big portion of that right into reserves for future infrastructure replacement.
So you
That's the
say
idea.
we should, are we?
No. So I'm going to be, and we do Corvus study, and we can't just charge whatever we want for utilities, for example, right? We have to show that we are charging what we need to maintain and replace that infrastructure. So every 5-ish years, we get a study from Corvus. They come in, they look at all the future replacement needs, well, all 10 years. I think they do 10 years, what the replacement will be, what we're charging, all this kind of stuff. And then they tell us, this is what you should be charging. This is what you should be putting in reserves. And then they show us like, if you put it in reserves, you'll be able to cover all those projects essentially. But unfortunately, because we haven't consistently done that, and we've always for a long time relied on that revenue to offset our tax revenues, it's a big hit to convert away from that, right? Because it's about $1.2 million a year we should be putting aside for water and wastewater. So to go from 0 to that is a big commitment. So it was supposed to happen last year, but we all know how last year went. So this year, I'm going to be doing a report that shows how we can get there and how that will impact the next couple of years of budgeting so that we can get there. And so the idea being, it won't 100% eliminate the need for possible some debenturing, but it will largely eliminate the need. So for that augmentation project, for example, had we been putting aside money, like most of our contribution would be there waiting for that project, because in 10 years, we know kind of about when that project will happen. So that's kind of the idea. So we are going to get there. It just takes a little bit of time.
Okay. Councillor Evans?
Do you know of any municipalities that are managing to cover all their costs and put away money for capital projects based on their utility fees? I'm not aware of one, but I don't know all.
Most of them put some aside, not all. I don't think anyone's putting all their revenues aside, because that would be, because there's always a balancing of like, you won't want to have $15 million or $20 million of reserves in a municipality our size, because that means that you're collecting money from this taxpayer and benefiting a 20-year from now taxpayer. So you want to balance that. You don't want to have too much there, but there is, based on the ins and then the project costs, having some there. No, I think there are some that are putting reserves away consistently, but I think a lot of municipalities are in the same boat where they have been taking advantage of it
Yeah.
in terms of keeping their taxes low, I think.
It's a pretty tough sell.
Yeah,
It's a significant, I'm going to imagine that it's a significant increase for us to get to full cost recovery, including capital.
mhm.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, it's
guessing
about-
we're looking at doubling our rates probably.
Yeah, and what that looks like gradually over time. We could, yeah.
Yeah. No,
1.2 million, I think. I believe it's about 1.2 million a year. And we're making close to 3, I think, in utilities, between 2 and 3.
okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, if there's no other questions, is there a member of council who would like to make a motion on one of the options? The options are to remain at the 4.18, which would give roughly an addition of 300,000 to go into reserves or to be used towards project, or to decrease the tax rate that was discussed in late of 2023. Councillor Sheriffs?
So I'm just making a motion for the first reading, right? Well, not all three. Okay. I'll make a motion that council give first reading to the mill rate bylaw 2024-03-F as presented in option 1 in AIR 24-117.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? And the motion that she made was for the 4.18 to remain the same, and then that would see an increase of $300,000. If there's no comment, question, debate, then I'll call the motion. All in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. Is there a member of council that'd like to give second reading to the mill rate? Councillor Clark?
Yes, so I'll move that council give second reading to mill rate bylaw 2024-03F as presented in option 1 in AIR 24-117.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor?
In favor.
Thank you, Bill. That is carried. Meeting Councillor McGee. Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? I'll call the motion. All in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. And the last motion, Councillor Gamana.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that council gives third and final reading to mill rate bylaw 2024-03-F as presented in option 1 in AIR 24-117.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? I'll just add that we had a very difficult budget in 2023 budget discussions, and I guess that the extra $300,000 that we can be putting in reserves for some of the projects that got bumped off, or I know that there is some infrastructure improvements and other projects coming forward in July. So that will definitely help with some of those decisions. So I'm in favor of this motion. With that being said, I'll call the motion. All in favor?
In favor.
Thank you, Bill, and that is carried.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, moving along the agenda. Next up is 9.3 Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 2023-03P, second and third reading. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So just a bit of background information start. So our current animal control bylaw was enacted pretty much 10 years ago on May 14th, 2014. So to ensure that bylaws that govern the town of Drayton Valley are current, effective, and meet the needs of the community, Protective Services completed a review of the existing animal control bylaw in 2023. As such, after a review, including the completion of a survey to the public, it was determined that the creation of a new bylaw to govern and regulate domestic animals within Drayton Valley would be beneficial for the community. By having a bylaw in place that regulates domestic animals, promotes responsible pet ownership, and balances the safety and enjoyment of residents and visitors alike. Therefore, administration has prepared a new bylaw and that is intended to regulate domestic cats, dogs, and hens. This is the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 2023-03P, which is before council today. So some highlights and major differences between the existing animal control bylaw and the proposed responsible pet ownership bylaw is the removal of definitions that aren't required, amendments of definitions to increase enforceability, provide clearer language on what a person or animal can or can't do, removal of a requirement of yearly municipal licensing, that's the town tags, and move towards having proper identification such as legible tattoo, microchip, or your own tag. Increase the limits of 2 dogs to 3 dogs, the requirement to report serious incidents or attacks, even if you don't want charges, clearer guidelines for nuisance dogs and cats, introduction for the ability for residential properties to have up to 3 hens and regulations surrounding hen keeping, the requirement to notify the town if the dog has been deemed dangerous in another municipality or by the province, changes of impoundment time before taking ownership of a stray animal from 5 business days to 72 hours. The allowing for permit exemptions on very select items such as animal harboring, the implementation of animal abandonment provisions, the ability to appeal some orders to councils, such as similar to the community standards bylaw, the ability for the town to complete work to remedy a condition, again, similar to the community standards bylaw if it's not covered under the CSB, the increase of fine amounts to have a higher deterrence, and including charge sections where the previous bylaw was lacking in areas. So these proposed changes are being included through best practices, reviewing of other jurisdictions' bylaws and processes, and feedback received through the animal control bylaw survey. The proposed bylaw was presented to council on February 14th, 2024 as part of the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. And subsequently, the bylaw was presented to council during council meeting on March 6th, where it received first reading. After first reading, administration solicited further feedback from the community. The biggest concern that was pretty much the only concern really that was brought forward was the moving from 2 dogs to 3 dogs allowable. So when administration prepared this bylaw, a couple things were kind of used rationale, I guess. So when we completed the survey to the public in 2023 on the animal control bylaw, there was question on currently there's a limit of 2 dogs per household in Drayton Valley. What do you believe is a responsible number of dogs permitted? So we had 22 responses for 1 dog, 165 responses for 2 dogs, 77 responses for 3, 20 responses for 4, and 18 responses for 5 or more. So it was number 2 on the list. Further, when we completed a jurisdictional scan of other comparable size municipalities as it pertains to dog limits, it's common for either 2 or 3 dogs to be permitted. So there's a little graph that is in the agenda report, and majority have either 3 or 2, with more of it being at the 3 allowable. Using some anecdotal information, enforcement services routinely encounters properties that already have 3 dogs already, and the owners weren't aware that they were only allowed 2. Another anecdotal information that we get is roughly once every 2 months, we are getting phone calls from people that are looking to move to the community and they have that 3rd dog and they're asking, well, what can I do? How do I allow my 3rd animal if I want to move to Drayton Valley, right? So again, it could deter someone from moving here just because they can't have that 3rd dog, again, with that understanding that majority of other municipalities do allow that 3. However, should council be desirous to remain at the current limit of 2 dogs, the public still has the ability to apply for harboring permit through enforcement services, and then that would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So some financial implications, if this bylaw is approved, because we are moving away from the municipal town tags, we would be losing revenue of approximately $5,000 per year. However, there is going to be some savings in staff salary, not having to chase people down that don't have their animals licensed. So we could be focusing on some other items there as well with the increase in the fine amounts. It could offset some of those costs as well. Some legal and risk implications. By remaining with current animal control bylaw, enforcement services has enforceability concerns that would prevent the ability to enforce the bylaw to its full potential, therefore allowing individuals to not be held accountable to our legislation. Organizationally, having a bylaw that's both easy to understand and interpret is key to voluntary compliance. So if the public is aware of what they can and can't do, there's a better chance they're going to comply with it. So again, hopefully that can reduce some of our call volume. Again, some of it, I foresee there's going to be some decreases in some areas, but there's going to be increases in others to be determined, I guess. The stakeholder and communication strategy. So as mentioned previously, administration conducted a survey to the public on our current animal control bylaw and what they would like to see both online and in print format. It was advertised on social media and local newspaper, local businesses related to animals, and at the animal control survey or facility. The survey was available to the public August 28th to September 18th, and 302 responses were received. The responses helped shape the direction of the new responsible pet ownership bylaw that's before council today. There are no legislative requirements for a public hearing or further public consultation. However, after the first reading, administration advertised the bylaw in the community to seek feedback prior to coming back to council today. Included in the agenda package is a summary of the social media engagement that we received. So on the town's page, there were two posts that went out that reached 8,313 people. And the enforcement services page Also did one post which reached 230 people. So looking at 8,500 people reached, which is greater than our population. Through that, again, like mentioned, majority of the comments were surrounding people not in favor of having the additional number of dogs. Lots of people are in favor of the ability for hens and the changes that were brought forward. In addition, we did receive a couple of responses via email or phone. Again, very similar to what was on social media. Additional since the first reading has went through, administration has looked at the bylaw a little bit further to make sure that we're complying, especially in the hen area, because that's going to be something new, to make sure that we were solid and we weren't going to have any concerns. So what we've presented today is an amendment from first reading to second and third reading with a little bit of definition, with one definition change and the ability, more wording for the hen stuff. So Jen, are you able to move to page 87, I believe it is? 77 to begin with.
So I can't remember the changes that maybe council would have initiated at first reading. Were they included in this? If there were any suggested changes?
If there was any suggested changes, that would have been included.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first suggested changes was adding the definition of property owner. Again, just helps out. It's very minor. And then Jen, if we're able to move to page 84. Yes, please. So that's just when we're starting to get into the actual hen stuff. So currently how the bylaw is reading, if you look at a property with more than one person living there, the current reading of it could be, well, Cody and Wally live at the house. Cody can have 3, Wally can have 3. So that's not the intent of the bylaw. It's 3 hens per household. So try to clean that up a little bit. As well, if you have like an apartment building kind of thing, you're not having 50 chickens because 3 people per unit in the apartment building now have chickens kind of thing, right? So
Can you have hens if you live in an apartment building?
trying to not. So if the bylaw passes in the reading that it was in first reading, they technically would be allowed to. So that's why we're trying to
That's why we're
clean that up with the amendments for second and third reading. So if council is satisfied with the presented amendments and the bylaw obtains second reading and no further engagement is requested by council, administration would be seeking a third and final reading of the responsible pet ownership bylaw today. If all 3 readings pass and the bylaw becomes law, administration would communicate with community the new bylaw. Communications does already have a communications plan ready with some infographics and some social media posts ready to go out, stuff like that. So I'm ready to kind of pull the trigger and get moving on that. With that said, that's my report. So the recommendation would be that council approves second reading of the responsible pet ownership bylaw 2023-03P as presented with the amendments. And that council approves third reading of the responsible pet ownership bylaw as presented with the amendments.
perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Councillor Evans?
Can you tell me what the advantage is, Cody, to changing the impoundment time before taking ownership of a stray animal to 72 hours from 5 business days?
Yeah, so part of that we did a jurisdictional scan on what are others doing. Majority of people are either doing three business days or 72 hours. When it comes to the holding period, 5 business days really turns us into 7 days that we're holding an animal. So that means for 7 days, we're holding an animal. We can't adopt it out. We can't do anything with it. It's just sitting there waiting to find the owners. Anecdotally, if the owners haven't come forward within kind of that first 24 to 48 hours, owners aren't coming forward. So it is incurring additional costs for the municipality to keep this the 5 business days versus going to a 72-hour period kind of thing. And then, like I said, once that 72-hour period is done, then we do have the ability to find a rescue or adopt it out or whatever. So it does reduce that care time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a, and it's probably in the bylaw somewhere, do we have a maximum number of animals allowed? I just noticed some of the other municipalities have that.
Yeah, so we prohibit, or what this bylaw regulates is cats, dogs, and hens. So you're allowed in current presented format. In bylaw is maximum of 3 dogs, maximum of 3 cats, and a maximum of 3 hens. So technically you could have 3 of each.
9?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just with a question on the 5 business days to 72 hours. Let's just say someone was away on holidays and their dog got out and it was adopted or given to another family. How would you mitigate that?
Yeah, unfortunately, again, similar to what other municipalities do, is once that 72-hour period is over, then it does become the property of the town. If it is still in the town's care and control, obviously we can explore just giving the animal back, paying your impoundment fees. However, if it did move that quickly that it's now adopted out to someone else, then it could technically turn into a civil matter at that point. But as the town, we would be covered under our legislation on, we've met the timelines, we're out. So again, that comes down to people needing to be responsible pet owners. And if they are going out of the community, making sure they have someone responsible taking care of their animal as well when they are out.
So with that being said, the 72 hours, are you in communication, like, let's say with Cause for Critters, that, okay, once that 72 hours, maybe be mindful not to have that pet adopted out for a week or two, or like, is there that type of communication so that wouldn't?
Yeah, so with I guess a little bit of operations with their contract provider is once our holding period is done, they transition them into a different room and they start different medication, kind of stuff like that. So
There would be a period.
there is a period of time where they keep them away from the rest of the animals, not available for adoption anyways, just as part of their normal practice. So the likelihood of it's now hour 73 and there's a new owner there,
Yeah.
probably not likely.
Okay, and I just had a couple other questions. Removal of requirement of yearly municipal licensing, moving towards the like tattoo, microchip and things like that. Was this a survey question? And I'm just asking where this came from, because that could be if, you know, pet owners aren't getting the licensing, what's to say now, because these are additional, this is a lot more costly to get them tattooed or microchipped, right? Are you going to be fining or how, like?
Yeah, so that was one of the questions that we asked during the survey back in August, September 2023. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if I recall correctly, it was about 90% of people actually supported moving away from municipal licensing and going into this proper identification. So currently, there's very few people in this community that actually license their animals. We spend a lot of time, enforcement services staff, chasing people down. Hey, you got 3 days to license your animal, otherwise you could get a ticket, et cetera, et cetera. And now we're doing a lot of follow-up with that. So it is very time consuming. And it doesn't provide us any benefit at this point, right? To do a proper animal licensing program, if you want to call it that, we should be dedicating resources to, if licensing is due January 15th, the month of end of January, some of February, all of March, we should be chasing those people down. You haven't licensed, here's your tickets, whatever we're doing with that, right? That's going to take enormous amount of time to do that kind of stuff, right? And then through that, we should be having the ability as well on, if you find a town tag 1234, people should be able to go online or something like that and search that without our involvement. We don't have something like that in place. So again, if you're doing it proper, that's some of what it should look like. We're not doing it, and it's really just burden at this point, really, from my view, having the municipal licensing. So moving towards having the proper identification, you can go down to the pet store, buy your own tag, and I belong to Cody, here's my phone number, right? That would be proper identification. That's $5, $10, a lot. That's cheaper than what we charge for our licensing. Or you do your microchip tattoo, et cetera. So it still allows that ability if you can't afford that $80 microchip or whatever, right? Can you afford that $10 tag? Well, it's cheaper than the municipal licensing that we're charging. So.
Okay, and then one last question for the requirement to report serious incidents or accidents, even if you don't want charges. So that's not saying that we would, as a municipality, press those charges. It's up to the person that was, say, attacked.
So yeah, currently how it works, like if one dog attacks person or something like that, if I didn't do it, I can't lay a charge off of my observations, right? So we're relying on statements from the public of how that worked, right? So part of that kind of ties into people often don't report those kind of things. It's their prerogative. That's they solved it. That's fine. The challenge though is if there's an animal in town that's continuously attacking other people or other animals or people, if we don't know about it, we can't start anything at that point, right? So the goal with that is to try and at least initiate, oh, I was bit by an animal, or my animal was bit by another animal. Give us a call. Even if you don't want anything about it, we'll do a quick file. At least we know, okay, the animal from this house, we're starting to get a pattern. What can we do about that? Can we go have a conversation with this person? What are you doing? Right? So it's just trying to, you see it in the news every so often, people are attacked, kids are dying, whatever, right? So this is just kind of one of those trying to get ahead of it as much as possible. And can we try and see any trends and deal with those before it gets to something serious? So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ballas, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Upon surrender of a dog or an animal, does section
Sorry, Bill.
50
Bill, you cut out there. Could you repeat the beginning?
Okay, upon surrender of an animal, does section 58 come into play where they then have 72 hours and then some other position is taken on the animal?
So are you talking like if someone surrenders their animal to us, or if we find an animal at large and that 72 hours kicks in?
No. Section 60 says an owner can surrender an animal. So if somebody surrenders an animal to you, what happens to it after it's surrendered?
Yeah, so as soon as it becomes the property of the town of Drayton Valley, we can do as we want kind of thing. So ideally, in most instances, we'd be looking at trying to find a rescue that's available to take it, or foster, or just adopt it out. There might be situations where the animal comes to us and it's not in good health condition, or it's very aggressive. It might be one of those things where it attacked someone's animal or family member. And instead of us having to go through the court process to get it destroyed by a judge to order it to be destroyed, maybe they just surrender it to us at that point and then we can destroy it. So we wouldn't be, it's not an impounded animal, which would have that 72 hours. It's a surrendered animal. So as soon as we get to that 72 hour, or as soon as it's surrendered, it becomes property of Drayton Valley, and we can do as we determine at that point.
Do you have anything else, Bill?
No.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, oh, sorry, Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. Just wondering about, I guess, loud pets. I think we've all got an email this morning as well regarding that, loud dogs and loud pets. So is there any provisioning on the new proposed bylaw what are the provisions on that, and how do we handle something like that?
So under the responsible pet ownership bylaw, and even under our current animal control bylaw, there are provisions regarding excessive barking. Under the animal control or the responsible pet ownership bylaw that's proposed today, we do encompass a little bit more. So if you've got a cat that's making a bunch of noise, again, it does allow us those abilities as well. Keeping in mind, though, we also do have the provisions under the community standards bylaw as it pertains to noise that might, if it doesn't fully fit the noise requirements under the animal bylaw aspect, we might be able to use the community standards bylaw as well. So it's going to, again, dependent on the situation on which legislation we might be able to use. But often, a lot of times when it comes to noise is very subjective. One person doesn't mind it, the other hates it. So it is a little bit more investigative that we do need to do on those ones. We do need a lot of cooperation from the complainant on those ones, on their willingness to actually attend court if we need to successfully get a conviction kind of thing on some of those. Because I'm not living next door to that concern. It's not, I can sit there for 20 minutes and listen to it, right? But I'm not there at 2 a.m. having to listen to it and getting woken up, right? So a lot of those times with the noise complaint aspect, it does come down to needing the complainants to be willing to assist.
Okay, so what happens to that pet if when it go through the process?
Yeah, so often it's like right now, we get a complaint of a barking dog, for example. We have conversations with the dog owner. It's a barking dog package that we give. It just outlines different things that you can try. Of course, Google helps you out as well, right? But and then we often tell the complainant, give it about 2 weeks, right? It's not going to be solved overnight. Give them 2 weeks to try the owner to try these different things to see what resolves. If we're not successful at that point, then we move forward with, again, trying to gather the evidence for a charge. Obviously, charge can go to court, can be disputed. We do have provisions under the proposed bylaw that if an animal is deemed a nuisance, there's different criteria for that. Then we can start imposing additional conditions. So again, going to be dependent on the situation, but we're not going to be, that's not, deeming an animal a nuisance isn't going to be something that we want to just jump to right away. Again, there's going to have to be that pattern of it and whatever, right? But to remove, say, an animal that's barking or causing noise, there are no abilities for us to just go onto the property and take the dog and sucks to you. At that point, we'd be having to get a court order granted by a judge to authorize us to actually remove that animal from the property. For it to get that far, we'd be so involved with that dog owner. It wouldn't be a surprise if we ever had to get to that point. I've been doing this about 12 years now. I've never had to get to that point with it. So.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, and you don't say your neighbor called us and said that to complain?
No, it's not. Oh, your neighbor Nancy called. However, it is often, people can often figure it out, right? Who's standing out on the back deck yelling at the animals, shut up. It's probably the one who's complaining, right? If it does get to the court process, obviously, if
may
we
be.
laid charges, Nancy would have to be there to testify on what she saw kind of thing, right? But it's not knock, knock, knock. Nancy complained, do something about it, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion for second reading? Councillor
One more
McGee?
question.
Oh, so go ahead, Bill.
Okay, thank you. Under 74, 1 hours of a peace officer. And I apologize for my voice. But it says entering onto any premise or property after giving reasonable notice. In your opinion, what is reasonable notice? Something that can't be challenged in the courts.
Yeah, so there's no provincial legislation or municipal bylaws. There might be some municipal bylaws. We don't have any that I'm aware of that actually define reasonable notice. So in the kind of what the courts generally use is a 24-hour rule. That's usually reasonable notice. Alternatively, I come knock on your door and, oh yeah, come in. Well, we don't need to wait 24 hours at that point to go look in the backyard. They've invited us in. But usually that reasonable notice is that 24 hours. So that's what we operate under.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McGee, did you want to make a motion?
I would, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would make the first motion that council approve second reading of the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 2023-03P as presented with amendments in report AIR 24096. And with the proviso is, I was intrigued that you suggested that 80 or that kind of percentage don't license their dogs anyway. That's an important piece to know. Thank you.
And then it says here, and can we do
It'd have to be a separate.
a separate? Okay. Okay, any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll ask all in favor. Bill?
So in favor.
Thank you. That is carried. Is there a member of council who'd like to make third reading? Go
I
ahead.
need unanimous consent to proceed to third reading.
Yeah, first. Second.
Okay, I got you. All at the same time, got you.
Would you like to make a motion for?
I will move that council approves third reading of the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 2023-03P as presented with amendments in report AIR 24096.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? The only comment I'll make is that with the price of eggs, I'm excited to see the hen addition in the bylaw. I think that there'll be a lot of people that are excited in the community. I don't think we'll see an overabundant amount of hens, but who knows? There's a motion on the table. I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think we're going to break for lunch right now. And then when we come back, we'll come back at 12:30. We have quite a few things still on the agenda that we'll get through. Hopefully we'll be able to go home by supper time tonight, but we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. We'll be back. Call the meeting back to order at 12:30 p.m. sharp. We're going to jump back into this agenda and we are just going to go through it like in no time. Next up for our decision items is 9.4, appointment of Director of Emergency Management and Deputy Director of Emergency Management. Mr. Cody Rossing. Councillor Ballas, are you online? No, maybe not. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. So to meet the requirements of the Emergency Management Act and its regulations and the Town of Drayton Valley's Emergency Management Bylaw, Council is required to appoint a Director of Emergency Management and a Deputy Director of Emergency Management. Duties and responsibility of the DEM and Deputy DEM are outlined in both provincial and municipal legislation, as well as in the Municipal Emergency Plan. The appointment from Council will rescind any previous Council motions appointing individuals as DEM and DDEM. Without the appointment of a DEM, the Town of Drayton Valley is in contravention of provincial legislation, which could result in legal or financial consequences if the municipality is involved in a large-scale disaster. There will be no public notification to these appointments. However, the DEM and DDEM will begin making introductions with community as it pertains to their new roles, and further informal introductions in the emergency management field will be made. So next steps, following the appointment of the DEM and DDEM, they will work to continue with the MEP and the Municipal Emergency Plan and the Emergency Management Program, and ensure that the town continues to be in compliance with applicable legislation. So it's the recommendation that Council appoints Elvira Thompson as the Director of Emergency Management and Cody Rossing as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for the Town of Drayton Valley, and rescind any previous Council appointments to these positions. Subject to any questions, that's my presentation.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration? Councillor Evans, do you have a question? Okay, wonderful.
I'll make the motion that council appoints Elvira Thompson as the Director of Emergency Management and Cody Rossing as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for the Town of Drayton Valley, and rescinds any previous council appointments to these positions as outlined in AIR-24-100.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
And here,
Will be not public notification, or there will be?
There won't be any formal notification out, but
I
again.
thought I heard that.
Yeah.
Why is that?
There's, thank you through Mayor Dodds to you, Councillor McGee. There's notification will go out to other emergency preparedness groups. We have a number of meetings over the next few weeks with groups like Synovus, an example. But there's no need to make a public announcement on that. Residents typically don't care who the DEM is as long as the job gets done.
And I can agree with that. That the reason I asked the question is that the public is perhaps more aware than we think that they are, because they've gone through evacuation. In normal cases, they don't care about council or anybody else either. But it just might be one of those things. We are prepared. Here's one more step that we've gotten to, but I'll leave that to you. I won't get in your way.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other comment, question, debate? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor?
in favor.
Thank you very much, and that is carried. Congratulations and good luck. I don't know if congratulations might be a little bit of a, what have you got yourselves into? Okay, next on the agenda is amendment to 2024-01D to Land Use Bylaw 2020-12D to create District Control District 2, DC2, and redistrict Plan 6261, Block 27, Lot 1 to DC2, second and third reading. Mr. Woodlife, how are you this afternoon?
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to get that up on the.
You got it, Jenny? Okay, no, that's all right. 124, we are.
There we go. Thank you. The subject property is located at 4720 46th Street. Is districted small lot residential and is in a residential area. Kind of an interesting history to this property. In 1981, land use bylaw, it was districted residential and there was a home and a garage on the property. In 1983, the health authority purchased the property for the hospital auxiliary to be used as office space in a thrift store to raise money for local health care. and the property was redistricted to urban services. And, of course, this property is right across from the old hospital, which is now a townhouse complex, I believe, or apartments, et cetera. Unfortunately, for the next 3 land use bylaws that were reviewed and approved, it was redistricted to residential for some reason, even though the auxiliary was still there and they still operated the thrift store. So in 2016, they sold the property to a private citizen and they moved to their current location on 50th Avenue. So in 2017, the town in Ayr issued a business license for a yoga studio without a development permit for a change of use, even though this use was neither permitted nor discretionary according to the land use bylaw in a residential area. So on March 2024, the owners applied for a development permit to add a healthcare practitioner to the building. And this is when we identified sort of the history and what had happened on the property. So this, we decided the best option to allow them to keep the business, to keep the dance studio and add the yoga or the health practitioner was to create a direct control district specifically for that property, rather than some sort of commercial district that would allow a whole bunch of other uses that might not be compatible in the residential area. So DC2 was designed to be primarily residential, but allows for low impact commercial and professional activities, including care facility, child medical clinic, recreation private, which would include the yoga studio, and offices. And that's what they're doing now. So this amendment will create a direct control district for the property and redistrict it to direct control to accommodate the current land uses. And administration recommends that council approve second and third reading of land use bylaw amendment 20241D as defined in the report.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration? Is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion? Oh, you have a question, Councillor McGee? Okay, go ahead.
I would make a motion that council approve second reading the land use bylaw amendment 2024-01D as defined in report AR 24111.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? And I'll ask all in favor. Bill?
Favor.
Thank you for that. That is carried. Is there a member of council that'd like to make second? Thank you, Councillor Gaman. I didn't even get it out of my mouth.
Right.
Moving along.
I'll make a motion that council approve the third reading of land use bylaw amendment 2024-01-D as defined in report AR 24111. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion, Councillor McGee?
Were the folks that were attempting to get this all done were able to continue their operations and understood the timing and
Yes,
Yeah.
they were informed. I sent them copies of the district and they were happy with the district.
so today they're good to go.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, with that, I will call the motion. All in favor? Bill?
In favor, in favor.
That is carried. No, actually, we have Miss Lola Strand, who is next. 9.6 Community Mobile Outreach Team. Is Miss Strand here? Or Hans? I can jump around to, well, that would be Jen. Okay, do you want to do Jen? Are you ready? Oh my gosh, and I just want to say thank you to everyone for wearing so many hats lately. Everybody's jumping around. Tom's doing IT, Elvira's doing, Jen's helping us here. It's like, wow, everybody's. Now, Tom, can you jump in and fill in for Jen and scroll down? Well, good afternoon. Thank you for all your work today. So we're jumping to Jennifer Stone, 9.9 Memorandum of Understanding Public Events Calendar. Just because we're waiting on Hans, so.
Good afternoon, Council. So I have been working with the DVHTA to prepare an MOU to promote a consolidated public events calendar in the community. The establishment of the MOU will see the town remove its public events calendar from the town website and replace it with a link to the This is Drayton Valley's public events calendar. A couple of reasons for this, a benefit to the community, is that this will provide a single public event calendar for residents and visitors to see everything that's going on in the community without having to bounce around what's on this calendar, what's on this one. And also for anybody looking to host an event or plan for something, it's a way for them to see what else is going on in the community at a similar time. And it may help with overlap because we sometimes get comments like, well, if I had known about that, I would have planned it for a different time. So that may alleviate that issue. So administration is seeking council approval to execute the MOU with the DBHTA and to approve the launch date of May 9th, 2024.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Ms. Stone? Councillor Cabana?
Thank you. No, I think this is a great initiative to amalgamate all the events calendars. Just a question, we go through this process, but in a future year, if we decided to move back or they decided to dissolve, this is Drayton Valley, have we discussed what we are doing then?
Yes, as part of the MOU, there is a clause in there that if either party would like to go in a different direction or whatever that may be, there's just 30 days written notice required from either party. So, and it would be very simple for me to just reinstate our public event calendar as it currently is. It would just sort of be a 5-minute sort of situation on my end to reinstate it.
Okay. And the next question is, on our website, would there be a link to theirs, or when they're somebody comes to the events page now, of course, it won't be there. There'll be some communication about that?
Yes, there's a bunch of communications planned in the event that council approves this today to announce that we have worked with the DBHTA to promote this singular public events calendar. And that will be ongoing, just as we do now. We have regular communications going out saying, we have this events calendar, please make sure to use it. We'll just be kind of switching gears to make sure that we're promoting that this is Drayton Valley link and what people are able to do with it.
Okay, thank you. Finally,
Yes.
in our facilities, when we have bookings, are we communicating that as administration to this, or it's individuals' prerogative to do that?
So what we've tried to communicate with our staff, like if we are the drivers behind the event, please make sure to remember this additional step. But if it is a privately organized event through nonprofit, through anybody else, private business, whatever, it is on them to make sure that they are utilizing some of these promotional opportunities available, including the electronic sign as well.
Okay, on the facility rental agreement, would there be a section saying that,
Yes.
it's included? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just a couple questions. So there'll be a link to This is the Drayton Valley's public events calendar. Will there be a link to This is Drayton Valley? I know we talked about this with Drayton Valley Community Foundation before. Can you also, like, if I'm new to the community and I'll come to the town website and then I can click it and see everything?
Yep, that one is currently already there.
Okay,
This will just be the additional, like a quick link right to that events calendar so that you're not seeing ours and theirs. It's just a link right to it. They can upload their information or see what's going on in the community.
okay, perfect. And then also the video, the big video that they created, is it on our town page or is it with
It
the
would
link?
be accessed through the link directly to This is Drayton Valley, because then once they see that, then they can connect with all the other resources that are on that page as well.
So do we have the capability as counselors to have access to that so then we can be sharing that?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
I can either send you a link. I can
If you
see
could send
about,
us a link.
about downloading it. It might be a bit big, but I can easily send you guys a link.
Yeah, and then that way, because we talked about it, we owned it, we pay for it, right? So
Absolutely.
we should be able to highlight, I guess, and, share it with the community. Any other questions? Is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion? Councilor Sheriffs.
I'll make a motion that council directs administration to execute the MOU between the town of Drayton Valley and the Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism Authority as defined in report AIR 24-102, and that the council approved the launch date of May 9th, 2024 as defined in report AIR 24-102.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you,
That
Council.
is carried. Thank you very much. I will just give you a minute to get back to your other job. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we'll circle back around to 9.6. I believe that you are presenting on behalf of Ms. Lola Strand, the Community Mobile Outreach Team.
Yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair,
perfect.
that's correct. So my excuse that I missed the cue of the agenda order, so thank you for getting back to that. So in front of you for this community outreach team membership that we have discussed already on the April 10th government and priorities meeting earlier. The same report is in front of you, presented as we had before, so there's no changes in there, because at this time the report is in front of you to take for information, as the GMP meeting is different, of course, in setup, and this meeting is regular council. You can accept this for information. So to recap shortly, this is a RDN network funding for $90,000 for a community outreach person. The request was first for the whole team. The funding of $90,000 will support the year-and-a-half position for one outreach worker that will basically stationed at the Warming Heart Center to work with our vulnerable community. Requests that basically come through straight away, connecting with the people and the population over there, / other basically organizations or even our RCMP / bylaw to support in the work done at our community that needs it best. So in this case, the report is for information to be accepted, and at that moment, the administration can continue with what we started already in the background to be in a hiring process for this position so that it can start as soon as we are able to. If there's any questions?
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor McGee?
Have you posted for the position or you're waiting for this?
We posted for the position, but we could not, of course, continue unless we take it really for information at a regular meeting. So we started the process.
Okay. And if I have one concern, Mr. Van Cleveren, is that I'm stationed at the Warming Heart Center for a year and a half. And I assume that I can go back into Rotary House and those kinds of things. I don't know what kind of offices they have, but we need to take care of this person. And what I'm concerned about is that once I've met with the 5 or 6 people that need my attention, what am I doing after that? Surely we can bring them into the fold to help us with all the other stuff that we need help with, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, thank you for that question, and through the chair. So we understand, of course, that there's a desk location, a start location for this position, which fits best at the Warming Heart Center. But it also means that when there's work to be done in different locations, so the support can be provided at the Rotary House, for sure. This mobile outreach worker might be even going, let's say, around town, locations where it's needed at that moment to support that. So it's not a solid desk location only at the Warming Hearts, but that's where, let's say, the start of this position is stationed. And we can work with the Warming Hearts Center as well to make sure that this gels with each other.
Thank you.
And that was going to be my question. How do we ensure that this happens, that they're just not at the warming center, that they are going out and to where the camps are and to the pods and everywhere else, assisting RCMP in that? Is there like a log like there is with the other grant that they have to be filling out, or for their hours or their time?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. And so to the rest of council, yes. So this position still falls under FCSS, our municipal department. So it's not a position that we source out to the Warming Heart Center. It's still our position that we have to do the grant reporting on, the work that's are done, the logging. And basically the person reports as well to Lola Strand as our manager over there.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And then just one other question, financial implications. The request was for just over 300,000, which would be for enforcement, van and et cetera. Did they respond why like that we had only received the 90,000? What was the reasoning that we didn't get the full ask?
Thank you for that question. So basically the full ask was really above and beyond what we knew that was basically the intent of this. But since we took the model of Spruce Grove that we're more successful in getting that amount, So budgetary restrictions is most likely it, but let's say the intent was also not, let's say specifically for funding of all those components. We just brought them in as a potential best practice. But again, in this case, I think the financial was the most restrictive to grant us the 90,000 instead of the 300 requested.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion, please? Councillor Evans?
I'll make the motion that council receives the mobile community outreach team report presented in report AIR-24-098 as information.
Thank you for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? And I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
That is carried. Next up on the agenda, 9.7 is community grants. This is our second quarter allocation. Mr. Van Klaveren, this is you again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through the rest of Council. So this is the second report for 2024. We call it the Q2 report, coming to you for consideration regarding the two grants we have that fall under the community grants. That's Rogers Cole Memorial Youth Sports Grant and our Community Events Grant. As you can see in the report, we received one application for our Roger Cole's Memorial Youth Sports Grant. And on the second page of the report, you can see we received 8 applications for the Community Events Grant. In your memory, we had one request already handled by our council, so we see that later and I'll come back to it. But the 9th one is the U20 Provincials for Curling that council took earlier a decision on in one of our meetings past in, I think it was in April. So the second quarter funding has a total request of $22,000, so over $22,000. There's a total of 16,300 out of the 25,000 remaining in the 2024 budget. This number of 16,300 comes from deducting the 8,700 from the first quarter. And in the calculations later on, what I'll discuss, you can see that. So based on that already awarded amount, we go through the criteria as a group with all the grants that we get in, the applications that we get in. And based on that, you see the report in the schedule that's called tracking sheet. They're listed again. Just to make sure that the people understand what this means, in the top, you see over there, 25,000 first mentioned on that page, which is the total funding available for the year. There's two amounts under that, $1,000 and $14,350, which is the Q2 and the Q1 already. But those two amounts amalgamated if they would be approved as we have them on the table. The 16,300 is the remainder with the Q1 allocation of 8,700 already deducted from the $25,000. So the total funding, which you see as the amount requested in a column coming down, is $19,700. And that amount, of course, will supersede the amounts left over in the funding amount that we still have for the year. So the amounts next to it is recommended, and those are done by the committee based on the criteria and best practices. So the last column where you can read the committee recommendations, they will allude to what the recommendation is for the different of amount, most likely for between the recommendation and the requested amount. We see that a lot of those requests that we have, let's say, determined, we connect with the Brezhou County as well, and we took that as best practice, which we alluded already in the first quarter of the year, that most of those events get $1,000 recommended as the best practice that we've seen also happening in Brezhou County, but also for us in Q1 when we realized that the amount will run out throughout the year, and that basically makes a maximum of $1,000 for most of the events. If you take the total of amounts that we have now recommended, is $5,650 plus, and that's in cash, plus $1,000 in request for service, so in kind. That amount of $1,000 has to be added to it. So the total over there you see is recommended $6,650. That includes the already allocated amount that council took a resolution on back when we approved the $1,000 for the U20 provincials. So with that amount, of course, there's still left over, and you see that in the gray on the top. They've approved the total funding remaining over under will be still $9,650 for the rest of the year, which is 2 more quarters. And like we said earlier, we anticipate that we get more qualifications and applications in, and there's only this amount of money left over. We are already more than half in, over half of the money for the whole year. So when council accepts all the recommendations as they are, then our recommendation sounds in the first one that we put forward to you, that council approve the 2024 second quarter Town of Drayton Valley's community grant applications for a total of $6,650 as presented in report AIR 24097. If there's any questions?
Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Councillor McGee?
The only one that catches my eye, Hans, is the 5-year elevated experience camping at Wiley West. Campground is in the county of Brazeau and run and organized by them. Elevated, of course, works for them. And so, and they've come through with a sort of a $9,000 ask, but we've given them 5. Do we know what the county has provided?
Thank you for the question, and I'll clarify.
Am I on the wrong page then?
Yeah, no, I'll clarify more clearly. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I just went right to the.
Okay, it's their ask is the 5,000.
Yeah, so through the chair, Councillor McGee. So the request from Elevated Camping Experience that you see in the sheet, kind of just under the center of the page, $5,000. Since this event is put on by a commercial entity, which is, of course, running the campground in Brazeau County, it's not in our municipality area. Since it's a commercial entity and a commercial event, which does not have a direct component to anything that's basically we could consider, for instance, fundraising that goes to a community charity or something like that. You can see it over there. So decline as the criteria states that it will not to be considered as it is commercial for-profit event. And the organization does not qualify. So it's a 0 in this case for Elevated Camping.
It was as if I was sitting on the committee.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, page 139 is where we have the chart there that says the amount requested, the amount recommended. So for Brighter Futures, oh, sorry, Amila. Brighter Futures, the request was 2,000. Do you know if they applied through FCSS? Typically, I've seen them come through there. So is this additional?
So thank you for that question, Mayor. And so when there's any operational funding happening already for organizations, that's normally a criteria that they are not eligible for community grants. So if they asked for other events or similar events or another one in the year through, for instance, FCSS funding, that's possible. But if it's for operational items that we support them already to do their, let's say, business, then we don't. If it's for a specific event, it might happen through FCSS.
Okay, so there is a chance that they've already received fundings for a program or something else through FCSS.
That's
but not
correct.
specific to this event.
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Gamana?
Can I make a motion?
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Sure.
I would like to make a motion that council approves the 2024 second quarter Town of Drayton Valley Community Grant application for a total of $6,650 as presented in report AIR 24097. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. What was the total again? 6,000? 6,650? Okay, any comment, question, debate on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Sheriff.
Looking at page 139, the way the amounts were requested and recommended, I personally did a little bit of shifting around so we can give a little bit to everybody. And the amount still would come out the same pretty much. But that way we're not saying definite no's to, because I mean, Friends of Drayton Valley Library Society, they're asking for 1,300, but even giving them $300 is showing a little bit of support as opposed to just saying no. Like we have a lot of definite no's where I think shifting the money around a little bit might, in my opinion. So I would shift some numbers around.
Are you requesting a friendly amendment?
I am.
Can
Okay.
you turn your mic on?
So I'm requesting friendly amendment to it, yeah. Okay, do you want me to read the numbers that I kind of wrote down?
Okay, maybe I'm just going to go to Mr. Van Claveren first.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thank you for getting the word here. So no, that's exactly what I wanted to know, like not just amended and a friendly amendment, but it has to be directive, of course, because it's going to be different than our presentation in this report. So it has to have the numbers specifically to add up to a certain number again. Yeah.
Do you want me to read out down the line what I wrote down? Then, okay. So for the Nicole Andrews curling, I put 450 in there. Then for the Tyler Harrison, I put 500. The Drayton Valley Air Cadets, I
Oh,
put,
can I just stop you? I think for the 1,000, we already gave it. Is that not correct? They're over.
oh, okay. So that
Yes,
450 is out then. Okay. All right, well.
And
that
then
makes
the
sense.
Tyler Harrison, is that gone as well? Yeah, so that one's
Okay.
gone.
There's another 1,000 saved. Okay, so from then.
Go ahead,
down-
Hans.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, to interject. So yes, the mayor is correct. The first $1,000
Yep.
for the curling was already part of a resolution. So if that's going to be different, that's a whole other, let's say, conversation. So if that stays $1,000, good. The Tyler is not given yet. So that's part of course, the funding that still has to go is not approved yet unless we take this there.
Okay, so I'll put that back in there.
So the Tyler Harrison is part of this quarter funds? We had looked at that a while ago, did we not? I thought we
Thought so,
approved
too.
that in the first bunch.
Because it does say March for 2024, but I wasn't sure if that's the date of application or if that was the date of the event. So,
So thank you, Chair, and through this question from Councillor Evans. So that was for another event. This is the Nationals. So it's a second event. We talked about this athlete before. So when we go back to previous quarters, but this is a new request for a different level of event. He went to Nationals.
okay.
It's for 2024 and that.
Okay.
So he's just looking to subsidize his trip.
Okay.
Oh, we have someone online that you might want to mute. We can hear a little bit of background noise. Thank you, Nathan.
All right, so Tyler Harrison will have 500 now. The Air Cadets, I have 500. Brighter Futures, I put 700. The Pro Rodeo, I put 1,500 because I think it's a big event and they are using our facility. I think it would be good to show our support in that. The Preschool Society Bikeathon, I put 200. Elevator Experience, we already decided no. Friends of Drayton Valley Library, I put 300. DB Triathlon 1,000 as requested. And the Children's Go Baby Go, I put 500, which would put us at 5,150, I believe. So that's my proposal.
Is that right? 5,150? 2, 27, 37, 38, 39. 4. Okay, so there was a friendly amendment to Councillor Gamana from Councillor Sheriffs for the set amounts.
Right, so 5150, that means we still have 500 left, right?
Well, I mean, that's money that doesn't have to be spent in this quarter.
I was just going to suggest a friendly amendment back to you again to give that 500 to Tyler Harrison, just because it's a nationals. And I think it's important.
Sure.
Okay. Sounds
Okay,
good. I will accept with that friendly amendment.
Okay. Jenny, did you get all that?
1,000, back to 1,000.
Okay, so there's some amendments to the amounts there. Go ahead, Hans.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make sure that we do calculation that the amounts are adding up and are reflected correctly in the motion. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, well,
Behind
while
somebody
Councillor
as well.
is adding that up, I just have a question for administration. When the committee gives the recommendations, Monica had added the preschool and I guess Friends of the Library. I do have some questions as for the reasons that they were declined. The reason you declined those was because it didn't fit into our criteria. So now if we accept this going forward, does that open the door for making an acceptance to not follow the criteria for the granting in the future? Did I say that right?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I understand the question. And basically, yes, of course, council has the, let's say, the right, the possibility to change the recommendations. With that, of course, when it goes into a criteria as we laid out down here, still that's a possibility, but for sure it will most likely open up that same train of thoughts from here on. So yeah, and that's the case in the wish of council. That will be a consideration for next time as well. We as a committee will always go by the criteria that we have currently established. So next time we will bring it as the criteria again, but council has the opportunity, of course, to give direction. If I say that correct?
Thank you for that. So what is the total? 5,700, okay. Okay. What's left?
Sure, yeah, we can go down to 950 for Tyler.
No, so we are going down to 950 for Tyler Harrison, which will end up with the same amount as before, 56650.
So I think what Councillor Kamana is doing is he's looking to have the original amount recommended was the 5,650. And if we're after the 5,700, then we would lower the Tyler Harrison to $950. Did you get that, Jen?
That's the second time we've given Tyler Harrison money, correct?
That is correct.
This year?
We gave it in Q1, but that was for 2023.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Friendly amendment and the motion's on the floor.
Yes.
I spent I spent a half a day with SCSS going through the same business. And it's a considerable amount of work under criteria that we look and we recognize and we scratch and then we went down, we take 15 here and 15 there. And you know my position on this. But I did spend the half day doing that. And then we'll send it off to council and the council will cut and scratch and move and change the criteria. So if I was a committee member, I'd say, don't call me. Just putting it on the table. It's always been my position that this tends to be a bit of a, anyway.
Okay, if there's no other questions, do you have a question? Go ahead, Councillor Evans.
I know we've spent way too much time on this for the few $100 that we're kicking around here. But why did, Hans, if you can tell me why those 3 groups did not meet the criteria. I'd appreciate that. Like the preschool, the bike-a-thon, the elevated camping experience, I understand they're not within our municipal boundaries, but the Friends of the Library, so those 2, the preschool and the Friends of the Library, you said they're not NA. Just wondering, what are the reasons again, why they don't fit the criteria?
And thank you for the question, and through the chair to Councillor Evans. So the first one, the preschool, because the criteria and the biggest thing behind it, of course, it's community events. So it's events that the whole community can attend if they like to get together or to be recreational active. This one is for the internal organization, people that are part of that organization only. And the other one, the Friends of the Library. So the library itself receives operational funding already for their activities. So once they are part of the operational process that council allotted monies to them, they don't qualify and regularly don't get monies for special events.
So a question, if the motion and the friendly amendment is declined, does it revert back to the original? Can we vote again on the original or yes? Okay. Okay. So there is an amended, double amended motion on the table. And if there's no further questions, then I'll ask all in favor. No, this is the amended. Yeah. All in favor? All declined? Is that the word? My mind's don't even know. All not in favor? Against?
Declined.
Bill, where's your vote?
Not in favor.
Not in favor? Okay. That's denied. So then it goes back on the table for the original proposal from Mr. Hans van Klaveren for the amount of $56.50 that's outlined in our agenda. Okay. So is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? Councillor Evans? Okay. So, okay.
So I'll make the motion. The council approved the 2024 second quarter Town of Drayton Valley's community grant applications for a total of $6,650 as presented in report AIR-24-097.
Thank you very much for that. One question. The 6650 is for, what's missing from here? Go ahead.
And thank you, and for clarification again, through the chair to the rest of council. So the reason that it's 6,650 is the monetary value of 5,650 plus the in-kind $1,000. So that's the total for this quarter of 6,650. And of course, that includes what council did before, because that's part of the reporting in
Curling.
Q2. So it's a total of 6,650.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, there's a motion on the table, and I will ask all in favor.
In favor.
I think Bill, okay. That is carried. I'm like, why can't I think of the word right now? I'm like, all in favor, and what's the other one? All opposed, yes. My mind is just blank. What do you call that when you're not in favor? That's okay. That's okay. Sometimes, you know, I'm kind of with Tom there that I think we used to spend so much time on this. So then we tasked administration to go back and do all that. So then here we are again and see where it gets it. I understand Monica's point. You want to be fair to everybody, right? And then, but yet why kind of, yeah, did we ask administration? So all good. We got to where we need it to be maybe. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Did you have a comment, Rick?
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about how far into our budget for the year we are with those. We're starting to get a little slim on funds. You know, I think it slows down a little bit, especially the last quarter, I think, if I remember correctly. So hopefully we'll still stay within our budget, but yeah, that's my only concern. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, and how much do we have left for the third quarter?
Thank you for that. So 9,650 left for the second half of the year.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so moving along the agenda, next up, we have 9.8, which is the Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board appointment. And this is Mr. Von Claveren again.
And thank you again. So the Town of Drayton Valley Library Board currently has a member-at-large vacancy on the board and has advertised to seek candidates to fill accordingly. So based on the regulations and the bylaws in place for library board appointments, we bring this here to council for appointment, so basically for approval. Mrs. Rachel Kenton is a Brazil resident and expressed her interest when this posting came out for the vacant position. She's currently serving as a treasurer on the Friends of the Library Society, the Friends of the Library Society, and she's a county representative on the Brazil Foundation. So these candidates always are invited or have a conversation with the library board itself. So through Karen Hickerty, we received a notice that the board does support her application and supports it bringing to council for ratification. Rachel will be replacing a Brazil County trustee whose term was until October 31st of 2026. So it means that she will serve in that case the remainder of that period of a 3-year term, effective immediately and then running to that end term that ends on October 31st, 2026. At the present time, because she's replacing somebody from Brazil County as well, then with Rachel included, the library board has 5 Town of Drayton Valley representatives, 4 from Brazil County and 1 from Parkland County. And that fills up the board again as a balanced total. So with that, basically, on behalf of the library board, we recommend that council appoint Rachel Kenton as member-at-large to the Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board as presented in report AIR 24-109 for a 3-year term ending October 31st, 2026.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration? Go ahead, Councillor Sheriff.
For the motion, at the end it says for the 3-year term ending October 31st. Would it be better if it said for the remainder of the 3-year term? Because she's serving the remainder of the 3-year original term, not a full 3-year term.
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that addition. Yes.
Any other questions for administration? Is there?
As a member of the library board, I would be happy to make this motion. The council appoint Rachel Canton as a member at large to the Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board as presented in report AR 24-109 for the remainder of the 3-year term ending October 31st, 2026.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? And I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
That is carried. Go ahead, Councillor Evans.
In regards to the previous stuff here, I think the last time we looked at all these, I suggested that we leave out all of these applications and the breakdown of the costs for all these various events that people are looking for money for. If we're gonna rely on our administration to bring us that recommendation, I think we can assume that they've vetted everyone and reviewed the organizations. I just, we've got about, I don't know how many, 40 pages here with applications and various bits of information that I really don't think that we've probably have come into the decision there. So just a suggestion, we hack down a few less trees maybe and just bring the basic list there and go from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I specifically, again, that's what the committee is doing, is they're vetting that. So if everybody's nod of heads, that's okay. As well as I had spoke with Ms. Ferris about the bylaw that came for the pet bylaw too, and it was in there 3 times. So I don't know if council wanted it to be in with the amendments, the original and all that, or if we could have just maybe had the one with the latest version, I guess, would that be of the amendments in red lined maybe rather than the 3? If that's, go ahead, Mr. Ferris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, we'll talk about that at our next senior management meeting, probably our debrief session after council today. But we want to make sure that you see the original and you see the changes. So we'll figure out how to only bring like 1. There was no need for 3. That slipped by me. I suspect it was for past recommendations or direction from councils that you wanted to see the original, you wanted to see the amendments, and then you want to see the new. So we'll probably, it might still have to be 2, because it would be the amendments and the new, or you can just take the old with the amendments and it will look rough, but the new one could not be included if you wished, and that will save us some paper.
Or even just copy and paste just the pages with the red that have the amendments, right? You don't have to have every page of the document if it's page 48, number 14, right? Just to include that maybe or something. I certainly appreciate all the work and time that administration puts in putting these together. It's just looking at a way to maybe lessen the 500 pages. Maybe we get down to 407 or something, right? Yeah. Streamline. Okay, perfect.
Just on that note, though, it's been brought to my attention that that this agenda is not just for us, but it's for public consumption. So sometimes you have to remember that too, right? So you can't lose sight of that.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, so that is it for our decision items, except for closed. Are we maybe wanting to jump to the rest of the agenda before we do the closed? Okay, perfect. So next up is council initiated items. This is outside of your department reports. Does anybody have anything? Just going to look here. I thought I had a couple.
I do.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Interested in the Weyerhaeuser strike vote. Does anybody know if they've managed or they did a strike vote?
Shelley, does Shelley know? She's pointing at you. That's why I was like, Shelley knows.
Settled? Okay. Yeah, I just ask if anybody is aware that's sort of council initiated. Otherwise, never mind. Let me just get out of here.
You just go ahead.
Fire safety workshops. Were they successful?
Tom will probably give an update in his
Okay.
report, I'm thinking.
Thank you.
They were hit.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Evans.
Actually, at that meeting, somebody suggested that we have an agenda available for the folks who are coming in to watch our meetings. So something to think about. I mean, we don't get many, and I guess once Colin leaves, they leave. Yeah, I think it might be worth it, even if you just had one ready to print and just, if you see a couple of people there, can we get you an agenda, something like that? Excuse me, the comment was made that it's much easier to follow and they had given kudos out to Brazeau County for having an agenda available.
We can't have that. Maybe we could get lattes or something back there too. We got it in some fresh baked muffins.
It made sense to me, though, that, yeah, if you're going to be in here for the meeting, it's easier to follow with an agenda, hopefully a little thinner one.
Yeah, I agree. And then we have to up Brazeau County because they do have coffee in that there. So maybe we could get champagne or some little champagne bar. Mimosa in the morning. It's the morning. What am I thinking? Champagne. Let's do mimosa. I'm just kidding for those online. I'm just trying to jazz it up a bit and compete with Brazeau County. We gotta keep them on their toes. Any other council initiated items? I know we did have a request for a Thorsby parade, and that just didn't go out to council. That went to administration as well. That was very kind for Thorsby to reach out and say, do you want to be part of our parade? Council has declined, so I'm not sure if administration has time to go in their parade, but I believe it's next weekend. And maybe if someone could respond and say, thank you very much. If not, I could respond and say, thank you very much. And we appreciate it, but maybe another time. It was nice of them. Ms. Thompson had asked about the LARB and the CARB training. I know that there was a little bit of conversation going back, who was interested. Did you need a decision on that? No? Okay, you don't. Okay. Do we have an Alberta Council date meeting set up, Mr. Ferris? I know we talked about the next steps there. Did you have any potential dates in mind?
We do, Madam Mayor. I believe it is, I think we were trying to keep May 8th somewhat clear for the affordable housing discussion. So it's the meeting after that. So if our next council meeting, I suspect is.
The 15th?
Yeah,
Oh, so it'll be the day of the 15th?
if that's our next council meeting date.
Okay, so they'd come for council then. Okay.
Yeah, we can push it to GMP, but doesn't really matter, right? It's a listing of your lobbying priorities and discussion to make sure that Alberta Council has all the relevant information. So we did discuss it. Drawing a blank on the gentleman's name.
Zach,
Zach, thank you.
I guess my only question is it more of a working meeting?
It certainly could be. That's why we talked about GMP. But if there's a push on, if there's a timing issue, then we can bring it to council and have that discussion there. I would recommend GMP because it's a much cleaner place to have that discussion. You may want to juggle things around or provide more information to Zach.
What does everyone think with that? Because our next GNP wouldn't be till June, oh my goodness. June 19th. Yeah. 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 We have the 8th, right? And we do have a couple delegations coming, and then we wanted a chance to talk about housing. So we kind of slotted a few hours there, not unless we add an hour there and have them.
I don't know if an hour would be enough, but we can certainly bring him in on the 8th if he's still available.
Or we do the 15th, and maybe if the regular council at the very end of the day or something, and try to have a lighter agenda, maybe? I like how you laugh. You're less than 500. I think we're doing pretty good right now. Yeah. Okay, well, do you want to aim for the 15th and we'll try to do it in the afternoon? And I mean, we could try. I'm not sure how administration is for decision items, but try to have a lighter decision item day. For everything we had today, we didn't go that bad. It's only 1:30 and we're done our decision items, so it might be crazy because we haven't gone into close yet, but yeah, everybody? Yeah, okay. What else do I have? That's it. I have anybody else for council initiated? Bill, do you have anything for council initiated items?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move into department reports. First up is Growth Services Department report. You came just in time. Good afternoon.
So for our Growth Services Department report, under economic development, we just wanted to provide the update that we did reach out to the Ministry of Agriculture regarding the grant announcement, asking if we would go ahead and announce our successful application to the Small Community Opportunities Program. And so they did come back to us and told us just to hold off on all announcements as they are still working with the provincial government in establishing a time and date for it. And so as it stands right now, we're just on standby and just waiting on them to sort of see when we can start building that content for the announcement. Putting that aside, as of April 16, we have resumed the rural Nord Stream program and updated our internal process to ask employers to fill out an employer eligibility form. So this is something that we think will help employers to almost do a self-assessment before applying through the program, given all the changes that have happened. Moving on from there, under education, we did want to provide the update that we're still, working with the community service department. And so we are looking towards developing a student recreation package for the incoming registered nurse program. This was an idea we thought made a lot of sense, given that the University of Calgary students wouldn't have access to the University of Calgary aquatic center and recreation facilities. So we thought, why don't we try get them to have access to our facility, right? And sort of see if we can figure out a student rate that makes sense, so that that could be an added service to us, to them, and as a value add to our partnership. Apart from that, as mentioned before, we did host a booth at the Chamber of Commerce trade show on the 12th and the 13th of April. And we did receive quite a lot of interest from prospective students and residents living here in Drayton Valley. We also did try to keep a count on the amount of people that were coming through the show. And so they were selling tickets at the show, and that's sort of how we're sort of keeping track with how many people came by. And so on the Friday, they did estimate around 616 people coming through the trade show and the farmers market as well. And then on the Saturday, on the 13th, about 1,500 people, which is just great stats for us to keep and just to report back to our partners, letting them know of all the ways that we're looking to just promote their programs. Apart from that, we have received 2 new applications for the zero fee tuition program, both through Northern Lakes College, one for the office administration and the other for university studies. And so, of course, it's always ongoing with the zero fee tuition. We're just waiting to see more and more people utilize the program. And so it's always exciting when new people apply. Putting that aside, as it pertains to education, just wanted to provide a few updates in regard to the Clean Energy Improvement Program. So the first one is that, so we had to push back the launch date. I think we had it previously on June 24, we just pushed it back one day to June 25 to align with Finance's text deadline. And so once they're done with that, then we're thinking, then this is something that they can focus on just based on the number of people that apply. Apart from that, we had our marketing meeting with Alberta municipalities and are looking to have our website launched 2 weeks prior to the launch date. And so we've just been working strongly with Jennifer and just getting all of that set up just so that we're ready once we're ready to launch. And also, so our finance and accounting system cannot differentiate between residential and commercial properties, unfortunately. And so this does put a pause on what we're planning to do by doing a bill insert for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. And so in talking to finance, we thought it would make a lot of sense just to do a mail drop to residences, right? Just so that they get the information that they need about the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and that commercial properties don't get them and they apply by mistake, and then us having to go back and tell them that they're not eligible. So we just thought that would make it a little simpler. And so, and for the last item, we are right now just looking at reviewing the Clean Energy Improvement Program bylaw, the master agreement, and the terms and conditions with our lawyers, just making sure that they don't see any issues with it and that it all aligns. And so we're just getting that done. And we'll definitely provide an update once that's all complete. But that's all I have, Department report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Manna.
Thank you. Kundi, I believe the rural renewal stream is up and running again now. Thank you for that. With the changes, I just wanted to know how that's going. As well as we've been discussing the rural entrepreneur stream for the last year and a half, and we were supposed to come to a council meeting at some point. Just wondering where we're at with that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Gamana. So the rural renewal stream program, since our pause and opening of the program, it's going pretty well. We are seeing quite a few businesses not being eligible for the program anymore. And so there is less interest now from quite a few businesses. There are a lot of businesses still asking quite a few questions. And so we have been communicating with the provincial government and just directing our questions there so that we can reply to them and provide them a few answers that we can't answer ourselves. But yeah, putting that aside, honestly, it's just a matter of just keeping them up to date on what's going on and then just making sure that's communicated to the candidates that want their endorsement as well, because we're seeing that sometimes candidates will come to us personally since they are the ones in the dire situation and that they are the ones that want the endorsement. And so we're just trying to communicate all the changes as best as we can, but so far it's not too bad. And in regards to your other question about the rural entrepreneur stream, so we are still doing a bit of due diligence. The way that we had wanted to do it was to basically do as much research as possible. Quite a few number of communities that are designated under the entrepreneurship program. So just getting all that information prepared and ready, and also just adjusting some of the changes that has happened there as well, the entrepreneurship, and then presenting everything so that council can make a decision sort of where we're at. So hopefully we can bring that soon, but then I will definitely let you know how that's going.
Just a question on how are we honoring or recognizing our past donors for the zero fee tuition program? I know that there were specifications and requests of how the money was spent. I see that we have 2 new students, so just wondering, like, when we had the Cardium 70, we had some new sponsors come on board, so there was a little bit of specifications there. So how are we honoring and are we including them in things that we're doing and kind of, I guess, giving them updates of what's happening at the center?
Through to your worship, thank you for the question. So we did, have a discussion with the Community Services Department, and we did, set up because I do know the sponsorship agreements that we had in place, they did ask for door sponsors. So we set up all the door sponsors at the CETC, we picked the classrooms. And so right now it's all a matter about just making sure we do that feedback loop to them and letting them know the students that they are endorsing through the program. That's still something we're trying to fine tune just a little. We were also thinking of just, hosting a quick, it's almost like a grand showing for those door sponsors so that they can come and just take a few pictures. So that's just something we're working on right now. But yeah, it's definitely something we're trying to figure out right now.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no other questions, thank you very much for your report. Next up, we have our Community and Recreation Services Department Council report.
Thank you so much, and to the whole of council. So the report for the Community and Recreation Service Department, you see it in front of you, and just a couple of highlights in there. So for ECDC, our sponsor that we work with a lot, and Bernice does that with Vermilion Energy. Once again, this is highlighting that $20,000 in support for the nutrition program. Basically, the most important thing to say is that we worked a lot. She worked a lot with Wally Simpson at Vermilion, and I think he went in retirement. So we thank him for the consistent relationship with them. And of course, we'll follow that up with the organization over there. But the kids wrote as well thank you letters and stuff like that for him. That was awesome to see that happening. The other thing with the Vermilion is that they came out and they do that on a regular basis. But in this case, you see a photo there of the cleaning up and the learning and teaching that they do with our kids over there. So that's a great relationship that we have at the ECDC, and in addition to the programming. For the FCSS, Volunteer Appreciation Week was April 14th to 20th. A lot happened over there, differently than the years before. So most likely you have seen all those items that we did through social media, but especially, of course, with the organizations to give them the opportunity to thank inside their organizations, and it was well appreciated. When you see the number on the end, and of course, when you see 2,500 volunteer hours, yes, it looks already a lot, but remember, this is only for the programs that we do through our FCSS or support through the grant funding we do. But it's way more important, of course, to realize that there happens, of course, way more in the community in volunteerism. So that's what keeps our community great and going. So the number 2,437, I think it's tenfold at least when you would know what happens in the community all around. The Omniplex, we had a lot of events going on, and one of the events that happened, of course, was always a success. That's the Community Foundation's Black and White Ladies Gala. But after that, we do other events as well, and we have the rodeo now in. The dirt is in our complex, and we see those events already happening. The rodeo / other events that have to do with, let's say, that the whole rodeo aspect, or the 4-H cattle sale that still is going to happen, of course. After that is done, we have July 1st is Canada Day, of course, in our location for the last couple of years. And we will put up the clock, the score clock that's mentioned there as well. So the timing for that is mid-July, because basically end of July, August, we start thinking about ice already again. On the other side, when we see the aquatic center, our Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center, the JLC comes back once in a while, of course, but our JLC program is so successful that we placed first in the provincial championship. So the junior team, we got first for the under 15 years of age. With that, there's so much happening that we already plan as well for our summer camps. That means that we do more in programming, and we change our program based on what we see and what's requested. So on that feedback that we take a look at, of course, consistently, we will put a change in there. It's been advertised a couple of days ago for the first time. May 21st to June 23rd, late spring, you could say, almost pre-summer scheduling. We will be open earlier on Saturdays, and we close a little bit early, so we shift our hours on the Saturday to accommodate what we see from the public, to utilize the pools, of course, also in the morning, and to put extra swimming lessons in there. So our hours will be a little bit different on the Saturday and Sunday. They were always the same, but we shift them over to the daytime a bit more for our pool to accommodate what we've seen happening. So take a look at Facebook what those different hours are going to mean as of May 21st. For community services, it's been, let's say, almost a year that we, of course, experienced as a community our evacuation based on the wildfire. And last Monday, we did some community outreach. People could come out to our event happening at the MCC. We are looking into a continuation with that information, and the information is basically bifold. We had Alberta Health Services over there and our FCSS services on the mental aspect, so the anxiety to deal with that, people coming out. It was great to see conversations happening at that moment, and it makes you realize how much that's needed, especially a year later, and when the weather and the circumstances are similar to last year. And the other item was the preparedness. So we'll get that information out. The fire department was great in setting that up and basically getting ready, and that message can be, let's say, shared way more, and we are looking into how to do that on our media channels as well. An extra item that's not in there, we reported it on earlier, that's the RDN grant that we received for $20,000. We call that the rent benefit or the rent assistance program, to get certain members of our community housed for at least a month, together doing that with our providers that can do a monthly rent, for instance. April was the time to, let's say, get informed, figure it out, and basically allocate those monies. So before the weekend, we had 5 signed up. 2 were still there, getting ready for that. I think there was 1 or 2 more. So yesterday was the deadline for it. We have to report on it May 15th, but we already had, let's say, a little bit less than half spent, and I think it's a little bit over half for sure that we can utilize for this. And we'll reach out and we maybe are allowed to spend the rest as well. But it's really good to help out community members to get a roof over their head, because it's one of the most important first steps to maybe, let's say, work on the rest of their issues as well that we can help them out with. In the facilities, the last one over there, of course, we continue working on what we have, but also our community groups are helping out. The bridges went in on the disc golf course in the back nine. It's always nice to see those amenities that we are working together on further improve. And hey, the weather is not helping us now, but next week it will be busy there again. If there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions? Councillor McGee?
Quick one on the renovations on the one of our urban housing. We were waiting for 3 quotes, so that one is empty and locked up, I assume.
Thank you for that question. That's correct. So we're getting the 3rd quote in as we speak, and that will come in a report for council to come back for your information and decision.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your report. Next up, we have Protective and Emergency Services Department report. Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Council. So I'm here this afternoon to do a bit of a report. It's a little bit different than normally. Usually I tell Council what's been going on. I wanted to do a little bit of an education moment with Council this time around. And it's talking about the fire weather index, or specifically as it relates to fire bans and how all of that works. Because it is fire season, we do get a lot of questions asking us why we have different bans on at different times. And so I just wanted to explain it so that Council has a little bit of understanding and idea of how it all works. So looking at the report, the fire weather index is what we use to determine our fire bans. And it is a system that is made up of 7 different calculations, and it's based on data that is collected by Alberta Forestry on a daily basis. We are fortunate because we have Alberta Forestry in our area, and so we are able to get weather reports from Rocky Mountain House as well as the Edson Forest area. So we get those daily reports, and then looking at that information, we determine what fire ban we should be at. The observations are based primarily on weather, such as temperature, relative humidity, wind conditions, and rainfall, or as we are today, snow. But those are the things that we generally focus on. And then there is a series of calculations that take place. So the first one that we look at is called fine fuel moisture code. And that is primarily how dry the dead grass is. It only takes about 0.6 millimeters to change that rating. And if the fuel moisture code has a rating of 80 or higher, it will support free burning. So fire can get going, especially if there's wind added to it. It will burn quite freely. If it is 90 or higher, there is a high probability that it will ignite, and then it will start creating spot fires. So the wind can take the embers and drop it into another part of grass, and it will ignite. So that is the first one that we use. The second one we use is called the Duff Moisture Code. And the Duff Moisture Code is basically the topsoil that's on the ground. It consists of dead or decaying wood material, and it is the layer that, if it's dry enough, can ignite pretty easily. Anything over a rating of 20 would support fire ignition and sustained burning if it was ignited. The next one is the Drought Code. This is a rating of the average amount of moisture that's deep in the ground. It will determine how deep the fire will burn. This is a concern for us, considering this is where we have issues where the roots will burn on the bottom of the tree. And so then you end up with what we call widowmaker trees, where all the roots are burned out underneath, and then the tree, if there's any wind, will fall over onto firefighters or anybody else that's wandering around in the bush. It's a pretty good indicator of how fire will burn in the root system, as well as the larger timber that is on the forest floor. A rating of 15, for example, is relatively low, And that will indicate to us that the soil deep down in the ground is moist and it's pretty saturated with water. Anything that's 300 or higher will sustain fire for quite a long time. A rating of 500 will definitely support significant fire should we have ignition and should we have a fire. The next area that we look at is initial spread index. And this is a rating that is closely related to wind speed and our fine fuel. This rating does not take into account the various types of fuel. It just basically looks at our fine fuels, which is the grass. A rating of 10 or higher will result in a fire spreading quickly through the fine fuels and provide an opportunity for us to get candling or the fire going up into the treetop, into the tree canopy. Number 5 is buildup index. Again, this is another calculation, and it's the total amount of fuel that is available to burn. Basically, what you do is you take the Duff moisture code and the drought code and you put them together and it will create a rating. A rating of 60 or higher in this category is a concern for firefighting operations, because if it's higher than 60, it's very difficult to extinguish that type of a fire. The last one, number 6, in terms of the scale, is the fire weather index. This is the one that you will generally hear firefighters talk about. The fire weather, it's a little bit confusing because fire weather index talks about the whole system, but there is a portion in that system that's called the fire weather index. So it's a little bit confusing. This numeric rating refers to the intensity that the fire will burn at if it's ignited. It's based on the initial spread index and the buildup index. And if you have a high buildup index and a low initial spread index, it will give you the same reading as if those two numbers were reversed. The only difference is how the fire will act will be different. So based from all of that, the weather experts and the people from Alberta Forestry will determine what is called the head fire intensity. And this is the ranking that they will give to a fire if a fire is ignited. So for example, going back to our Buck Creek wildfire, all of these indicators were all at extreme last year at this time of year. As well, the head fire intensity was at a level 6, which is the absolute worst you could be at. So when I talk to people about our fire last year, and I talk about a perfect storm, that's exactly what happened, because all of these ratings were at pink or higher or extreme. And that's why we had the conditions that we had, and that's why we had the difficulty extinguishing the fire. So if you look at the next page, it just generally gives you a little bit of an outline of the numbers from low to extreme. Low is blue, and then it goes green, yellow, red, and then pink is our extreme. So as I said, in the Buck Creek wildfire last year, all of those indicators were all at pink. So that's why we had so many issues last year. So from that, Alberta Wildfire or Alberta Forestry takes that and they generate a report. And the picture on the bottom of your report is just kind of half of a page of what they give us, and that is what we get every day. And so if you look at the ones or the codes on the bottom, you can see that 3 of those codes, and this was done April 25th of 2024, so that was just last week, you can see that 3 of them were red. And if we get continuous days where we see that, then we will change our fire ban. So looking at this last week, we saw that several days in a row we had conditions where 3 of those categories were red. Consequently, we moved our fire ban up to a fire restriction, which means you are not allowed to have brush piles or anything like that burning. You can still have a campfire, but any other larger fire was restricted, so you weren't able to do that. So I just wanted to provide that with council so that council has a bit of an understanding. This is, some people just think we pull this out of the air and just decide, oh, the wind's blowing today, let's just put a total fire ban on. It's not the case. We look at this every single day and we take general trends. So moving forward, as we can see outside, it's fairly cool outside. So a lot of these indicators will start to drop down. One day won't make a difference, so we'll need a course of several days to see a change, and consequently, we will adjust our fire bans accordingly. So I wanted to just present that to council so that council has a little bit of an idea of how that is determined. If you look at the map on the last page, this again was April 24th last week, and you can see that a lot of the area was red, so that's very high. You can't see it very well, but there was a few smaller areas where it was pink. And of course, we know that pink is extreme. So if you're looking at these maps moving forward and you see the whole province as pink, you will know that we are in a severe fire hazard situation. Fortunately enough, with the weather that we've been getting the last little while, you will, if you look at these types of maps moving into this week and possibly into next week, you'll start to see more yellow, green on the map, which is definitely good for us. That's a positive. But I just wanted to provide that to council, and I will take any questions if council has any.
Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate you sharing that with us. It helps us understand how this is all kind of figured out. I remember looking at this map last year and it was red and pink and it was very scary. So nice to see a little bit of a difference. Still some very high and some red in there, but hopefully that will change. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Councillor Gamana?
Thank you, Tom. Just wondering, is that on a website we can go and check, or?
Yeah, that's on the Alberta I think it's Alberta Forestry website that you can go in. There's a link that you can click on to that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And on Monday, Tom and some of the crew were out, as well as other organizations. Was it Monday or Tuesday?
Monday.
Or Tuesday? Tuesday at the Mackenzie Conference Center.
Monday.
Was it Monday? Monday at the Mackenzie Conference Center.
Monday.
Wally and I
You
just
had
this
me mixed
discussion
up there for a
yesterday. I'm like,
second.
I don't know what day it is.
Monday.
It's Friday. Take the rest of the day off, everyone. So
thanks, Bart.
Was there on Monday, and you had a lot of really useful information. It was really good to know, and reminder about your 72-hour kit and cleaning the debris out around your house and out of your eaves troughs and things like that. And then the different, the fire, because I thought we had a complete fire ban on, and I was telling Tom that I had some people call me and I was like, oh no, you can't have fires. That was last week. And well, I found out that I ruined their weekend because they could have a fire in a contained pit. And also that, just to clarify too, that, I was asking for a friend that if you were out camping at Brazeau County and you were to be in the campground, let's say for an example, you could have a fire in a contained, but if you brought your own contained and went somewhere else, I assumed you could still have it. You brought your own and you can't. And so that was interesting. So I think just that little bit of things and clarity, right? People do ask a lot of questions and, well, what does this mean? And what does propane mean? And so that was kind of some of the questions, and where do I get the kits? And so it's, I think, great to continue to educate our residents and, have access to all that as well. So thank you.
I mean, those are always enjoyable to attend as being a member of the department. It's a chance for us to talk with the public about fire smarting and a whole host of things. The biggest thing that people need to understand is you as a homeowner also have a responsibility to protect your property. You can't always rely on the fire department to come and save your property. And there's lots of fire smarting things that can be done. Simple things like cleaning out your gutters or cleaning up all of the deadfall, all the leaves and raking all of that stuff up will significantly improve the survival rate of your residents should you do all of that stuff. Trimming your trees, all of that kind of stuff is definitely beneficial. And if the public is looking for more information on any of that, we do have that information available, so they can contact the town or the fire department, and we'll be more than happy to share that information.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys did a fantastic job with that information. I had suggested that seeing that all there, like kind of, is that the end now? We don't kind of talk about it again? Where do you put all these big posters and stuff? And I think it was you or Camille that I was saying, you know, could we rotate and put these up at maybe like our pool or the Omniplex or something? Because there wasn't as big of a turnout to the workshops and that one would think, considering we were through a wildfire. So maybe if we put these little, just even a handful of those nice posters that you had on the stands, to say as you're waiting for your kids at hockey or at the swimming pool or something, they could be reading those. Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's much
absolutely.
work, or I don't know what council thinks or whatever, but that was just maybe a suggestion. And then you not putting them in a box in the corner, right? They're still
Right.
being used and reminded.
Yeah.
Councillor Evans, did you have a question?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor. There was probably 20, 25 people at the last one. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, we need to do our best to get the information out there. I was thinking about we're just sort of going to be putting together in the sustainability committee that sort of second page of the utility bill, the whatever we want to call it, the update, or, you know, I'm wondering if we use the first one for some of this information, maybe the 72-hour list. And maybe whatever else we can fit on there as far as a couple of blurbs as to how people can be ready. You know, and then folks who get it, they can simply save it and then send it off to email it to whoever they want to. It's pretty convenient, but that might be a good place to start for this second page that I've been talking about for a while here. So
Yeah.
we'll discuss that at the next meeting. Maybe that's the direction we'll go for the first one.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts. I think that educating our residents as much as we can is important, right? Councillor Sheriff, oh, did you have something else?
I spoke to elderly gentleman just yesterday, actually, and he mentioned he did attend. He actually said that he talked to you as well at the Monday event, and he said that they're not big on social media, calendar searching events and stuff. So if maybe, I know there was few times at CTC where there was like a group, I don't even know what it was, with the firefighters kind of learning, education.
Contractors, maybe? That was the contractor?
Yeah, we did the contractors. one.
Right, all
There,
that,
We
yeah.
did fire smarting there too.
If at the, if you could throw something like that, if you know that something like that is coming up, there's apparently a lot of people that would have loved to attend it, that. The fire smart training or whatever, just information sessions, anything. So there's an idea too. If there's something like that coming up, if you know about it. If the committee wants to put a poster into the water bill or whatever bill. Yep. That's what he was asking for.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting conversation. Yeah.
Did you have something, Councillor McGee?
Just one question, Tom. You can't really, in a sense, bounce back and forth with your fire bans. In other words, you know, I have a little spot at Buck Lake, that's County of Wetaskiwin, and they'll have something else going on. But I assume you communicate, and I think the hard time will come as that long weekend in May, right? So everybody sort of has, okay, are you guys ready? You guys ready? And this is what we're going to do.
Right.
Totally or together, as I know each one can make their own decision, but you must communicate that.
Right. Yeah, we're in communication with other municipalities around us. Some, and rightly so, some people's codes are different than ours, depending on the type of soil, depending on their fuels, all the rest of it. For example, like Parkland County they have a lot of open field. So consequently, their fine fuel loads and all that are much higher. So you saw them move to a total fire ban sooner than the rest of us. And again, that was based on weather, it was based on soil conditions, it was based on a whole number of things. So each region is a little bit different, but from an overall perspective, you'll see that most of the municipalities stay pretty close in line with each other. And with Alberta Forestry, because they have the experts that predict this type of stuff, they pretty much give us the heads up of this is what's coming, this is what the recommendations are.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your report and all your work on this.
Thank you.
Next up, Municipal Service Department report. Ms. Shelley Terry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. So I'm going to start with the landfill and engineering. So regular landfill operation is ongoing. Monitoring of our active cells, especially 4D and E, to make sure operations is doing what they're supposed to is ongoing. Maintaining the service road cleanliness is in the landfill is ongoing. We've also scheduled a cleanup for the recycle center now that the summer staff are kind of starting to ramp up here. We've reviewed the ADCO plan for the 50 Ave project and issued approval letters to them. Fortis has started putting up the street lights. They've completed along the ring road. Besides putting up the power, I think they were supposed to do that yesterday, but I'm not sure if weather kind of slowed that down a little bit. And then 43rd Street and 50th Ave are yet to come. The RFP for sidewalks is completed and posted on Alberta Purchasing Connections. Our RFP for trail upgrading has been posted on Alberta Purchasing Connections as well. We had a meeting with Weyerhaeuser on Tuesday, April 9th. We also did a walkthrough with Weyerhaeuser where the potential trail could be implemented. And we have started getting the schematics and all of the grant application requirements ready so that we can apply for the FRIA grant with Weyerhaeuser shortly. So RFQ for line painting has closed as of April 24th. Evaluation of proposals is currently in progress. RFQ has been posted for the asphalt crack sealing services and also has closed as of April 25th. Evaluation of proposals is currently in progress. We are preparing an RFP for the snow storage facility improvements. Free tipping days is scheduled for May 3rd, 4th, 12th, and 13th. Communication has been posted on social media platforms to inform the public. We've scheduled the topographic survey for our airspace analysis for June for cells 4D and 4E. We've reviewed an inspection plan for TELUS regarding utility line assignments of new TELUS service boxes and existing poles along Industrial Road. Fortis Alberta is requesting approval for salvage, switch, and risers on existing poles within a road allowance on 50th Street. So we're working on that as well. And all other project statuses are in the project status reports. Parks continues to deal with increased amounts of graffiti. We've been more successful removing with the warmer temperatures, but where they can't remove, they do have to paint over. Areas like on trees and things like that are kind of hard to remove. Sweeping of boulevards has begun. We remove the rocks and debris off the grass so the grass can grow and it eliminates the flying debris when our mowers start to cut those areas. Equipment is being switched over from summer operation or to summer operations, and winterized equipment is starting to be tested for summer. Hazard trees and unsightly bush lines are continuously being worked on. We're switching winter materials out, sand, and bringing in our landscaping materials such as topsoils. And working with Weyerhaeuser in the school to plant spruce trees in our green spaces. Public Works crew have begun sweeping roads as of Tuesday, April 9th. They started on priority 1 routes and are now working on priority 2 and will be moving to priority 3 soon. Of course, we've been delayed now due to weather. We also did receive our new sweeper. So they had a training session with the new sweeper on Tuesday. And we're just getting kind of our procedures in place so that thing can get out on the road. Locates are ongoing. They completed 13 locates in 5 working days. Crews have been working on potholes all around town, and we've made some pretty good progress on that. Mechanics are starting to switch from winter to spring with mower sweepers, weed eaters, and chainsaws. This will be ongoing for the next few weeks. Crews have been helping the Omniplex remove the ice out of the rinks for spring, summer usage. We've been working on some signage condition assessments, and we'll be compiling a list to hopefully have some better budget numbers for next season. Have been starting grading our gravel roadways, our back alleys around town, and adding gravel where necessary. And then miscellaneous work, because spring, summer events are starting to ramp up, like the rodeo, disc golf, and the splash park work. So we're kind of helping out other facilities with that as well. We did do a homeless camp cleanup on Mitchell Drive, which took place on April 25th. And then I'll move on to utilities. So we did our ClearPack 180 tank clean out. That was budgeted in our operating budget this year. We saved over $42,000 from the quoted cost from just by working with resources from town instead of bringing in external resources. So that was the positive. We started our annual strainer maintenance at the water treatment plant. This is a large undertaking for our crews and takes up to 3 weeks, depending on other things that are happening within the department. Our first quarter reporting for our effluent regulatory reporting information system has been submitted to Environment and Climate Change Canada. We've also provided them with an update on our Sager pilot and acute lethality. The quarterly sampling for trihalomethanes and haloacidic acids is completed. This is in our distribution system, and they have passed. We hired a vac truck operator, and training is currently underway. We had a motor failure on one of our blowers on a bearing. This motor has been repaired and put back in place now. Our chlorine system, we had our chlorine lines relocated so they were easier to maintain. They were kind of in a dangerous spot and we were unable to replace tubing on it. So we kind of brought it down to floor level so we no longer have to go up in a lift to work on those. That'll save us some costs. Our annual chlorine maintenance has been completed. We also have a company that comes in and does maintenance on our gate at the water plant. So our semi-annual maintenance has been completed on that. 2 operators attended their first aid training, and we are starting to see spring runoff hit. So we're now adding chemicals at the water treatment plant. And I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions? Councillor Evans?
What's our semi-annual gate maintenance cost?
Oh, it's like $200. They come out and make sure that the motor is functioning right, the gears are all working, all the rollers are working, so the gate will slide open and close.
Okay, you know, I'm thrilled with that gate. I'll congratulate you on saving some money there by getting creative with your tank cleaning. It's always nice to see when the folks who are working for the town try and save a little money for the town too. I'm wondering if, and this is something you'll have to discuss with Wally, but I'm wondering if we could look at some additional concrete work with our sidewalk work when we're putting that out there, and the couple of places I'm talking about, have mentioned this previously, like 50th and 50th, right when you're coming from the west and you're turning right there, that lane is pretty narrow, and right beside the curb gets beat up. You guys must go back to those holes, I would think 3-4 times a year. Because the edge of everybody's tire runs right along the edge of that concrete, beats it out, and the water just sits in there. I'd like to see a little more creativeness and see if there's an opportunity to extend that curb out a couple of feet. So that inside wheel is not hitting right the edge of the asphalt and the curb and beating that up and opening that up all the time. Talk to your people, your hardworking pot fillers there, pothole fillers, sorry. Freudian slip there. And just to see, like I'm sure they go back there at least a couple of times a year. And I think if we pinned a pad there for about, we went 20-30 feet to the corner, pinned it into the existing curb, I think we'd see a lot more success there. We wouldn't be beating that edge of that asphalt, which just won't hold up to that. And secondly, when you turn at the Scotiabank, and go up that road. You know, that swale there goes up and then comes down and all the water just spills off the side. And then on the downhill side, again, I'm sure they're there 2 or 3 times a year. I'm just thinking that if we could start looking at biting a few of these little pieces off and include it in the larger sidewalk work, there may be an opportunity to see some improvements there and save your guys some slinging some asphalt. And of course, you know, our residents won't have to be hammering over those things all the time. And again, it's just the way it's built and how narrow that lane is. I think that was all I had for you today, Shelley. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Councilor McGee?
Mine are short, Shelley. The RFPs, is there a lot of interest in all of our RFPs? Lots of people getting engaged?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we had 6 proposals come in for line painting. We had 4 come in for crack sealing. And we've had a lot of interest and downloads of our actual, we can see how many people open our tender packages and download them. So we've had quite a few for our sidewalks and trails this year, so I'm optimistic.
Great. So we got, we're calling them residents that have axes and they're chopping down trees and weird things like that. It seems to me they're probably not residents, they're probably kids. But do we have a traveling camera that every once in a while we can say, oh, there's the guys, you know, like a camera at where the graffiti is, you just sort of pop it up there for, you know, on the weekend. Is that, my view is they should be coming and using a toothbrush and cleaning it up.
Yeah.
My view.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have a traveling camera or things like that. It just seems like a lot of work and there's a small amount of people that are engaged in this tomfoolery.
Yeah, it seems to be the same kind of group of people that, and it's in the back area of our day use park because it's so hidden and they're not very visible. But we did have another resident report them on the last incident. So I'm hoping that our CPO was able to kind of intervene and have a discussion with them.
Who it was then maybe?
Yeah.
So we don't have a traveling camera.
No.
The homeless camp cleanup by Mitchell Drive took place on April 25th. Do we have a budget for that? What kind of money did we spend? That looked, it was in bad shape there.
Right. It actually only took us 3 hours to complete. And it was on town property. So it just kind of worked in with our normal garbage cleanup activities. So.
Yeah. I didn't even know that there was a homeless camp at Mitchell Drive. Whereabouts? Like.
It wasn't an active camp, so nobody was currently living there. It's just a lot of mess that had been left over time. So there was a lot of cable casings and things like that. So we had that all cleaned up. It was pretty quick. It was a quick cleanup.
Go ahead. Do you have another question, Rick?
I am done.
Again, I'm full of good suggestions. I did once hide a game camera in a stove and caught somebody messing around in a transfer station. So something to think about if you kind of know the area where they're going and you've got a place that you can tuck one in. It may not be applicable, but you know, for the $189 or whatever, you can get a fairly reasonable one.
Thank you. I'll look into that.
Okay, if there's no other questions, go ahead, Mr. Ferris.
Well, I was just going to say, with respect to cameras, we'll certainly look into it. It's a good idea. But I know that the Privacy Commissioner gets a little bit concerned about moving cameras and all that stuff. So as long as we're not breaking any rules, we can look into that.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for your report. Okay, we will jump to council reports. Councillor Gamana, you are up.
Perfect. Thank you. I guess on the April 8th, I was very excited to just stare at the sky and see this eclipse, but it was 1/3 of an eclipse, not the full eclipse. So it wasn't that great. But on the 9th, I had a Drayton Valley Newcomers Task Team meeting. That's a team that's been created to hopefully help the newcomers that's coming to town. You know, we had few hundred of newcomers from different countries and also from all across Canada coming to Drayton Valley for the last few months. So trying to figure out how best as a community we can support these newcomers. On the 12th, had the Chamber of Commerce trade show. It was successful, as Kundi mentioned on his report. It was great to see that many stalls were there, as well as lots of people showed up and went through the trade show. On the 15th, Indigenous protocol training as everybody else. 16th, had the DV Health Foundation meeting, and we finalized the easing lab presentation, which they're going to come to the council next meeting, I believe, as well as talked about the other projects that's happening. The project that HS has been working on for a while for intensive care. Sorry, not the intensive care, the
Palliative care?
palliative care. Thank you for that palliative care project. On the 17th, PPRRC appreciation supper. On the 29th, wildfire disaster information session. And on the 30th, I had the opportunity, as our mayor was there as well, for Ukrainian evacuation support program kickoff at the Rotary House. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. I'm going to go to Deputy Clerk. Are you ready?
I don't have a whole lot to report, aside from what's in my report here. We had the rec board meeting last week. We did get a tour, or sorry, this week? Are we here? Monday. So we had a tour of the pool and got looking at some of the things. You know, we really chatted about some things that were working and not working and those sorts of things. So I think there's good plans in place to kind of work through some of those things. And also, I mean, we did have a closed session talk about maybe some of the remedies for that. But otherwise, the pool's looking really good. They're quite happy with what they're seeing there. And, you know, and I guess talking with the county, I think they're pretty happy with the way things are going there as well. So that's good. We're on the same page from that perspective. Other than that, really the community safety meeting, we talked about the 2 CPOs patrolling the streets. I think we have 17 speeding infractions in the school zones in the last couple of weeks. So that's good. I think our new fellow is probably working out well. I think he's keeping busy. Other than that, the last thing that I'd like to talk about was the PPRC appreciation dinner attendance. That was just to kind of celebrate folks in the healthcare system here. Nancy said a few words there, and I think it was good attendance. And I think, you know, those are the sorts of things we need to do to probably recognize those folks and keep them happy and go from there. So that's all I had.
Thank you very much for your report. Councillor Evans.
Sorry, I didn't get a report into Nancy. I was having trouble with my email while I was away. I did attend the trade show for a couple of days, actually. Was helping a friend there and chatting with some folks as they came by. Also the Indigenous training on the 15th, and then was on holidays for a week and a bit there, and then attended the wildfire information session just recently on Monday. And yeah, a lot of good information there for those who wanted it. Just would have been nice to see a little larger uptake there, I think. So as discussed, yeah, I think any way we can get that information out to folks is a good idea. And I think, yeah, that should do it for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ballas, do you have anything for a council report?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Sheriffs.
So I had a quick meeting about the placement of the air monitors in the library. I think they're coming up here in the next couple of weeks. The ladies black and white gala, I had a meeting, I had a request for a meeting with a guy named Chris, and he's what he's interested in doing is, and it's something maybe I should talk to Hans about. I'll pass the information. He's willing to do a free of charge presentation for youth, adults, anyone who's interested in learning about saving money, kind of, controlling the finances, budgeting and stuff like that. So had a meeting with him on the 8th. I had a Brazil Foundation meeting where I learned that there's no fiber optic lines, TELUS lines going to the seniors lodge, which is unfortunate because during certain times they all like to FaceTime with their family, which is the only way they can communicate, and it kind of gets disrupted. So then I had a meeting with Telecom and Westfield and Andrew Boychenko, our MLA, and we had a little discussion. So I got a little map of where our fiber optic lines are and trying to work on that. And had my first Eleanor Pickup Art Center meeting on the 24th. And then the wildfire disaster information session. That's it.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor McGee.
Not here.
Oh, he doesn't
You're
have his mic
absolutely-
on.
You're absolutely right, Bill. Sorry, my report's in the paperwork here. But the only thing I would embellish on is the library board and the library itself. They've done some great work. They'd like to take us on a tour. I said, just, come and talk to Wally. And if we have 10 minutes during one of our coffee breaks, one of these meetings, just burn across. They'd like to invite the county as well, because the county, of course, isn't fully engaged and involved with the funding. So they'll do that. The other important thing for them right now is a washroom. And so I've suggested to them that if they just come and talk to the CAO and say, gee, if we just put a door into one of those washrooms, then they can access it weekends and the things that they could. And that may take some engineering, I don't know, some drawing, I don't know. But I said, you could probably ask the CEO and he could direct you rather than have them do a whole bunch of work and have engineering plans and come in here. It doesn't make a lot of sense for them to do that. So I think that's what the intention is to come to see you about accessing a door into one of the washrooms. That's a big thing for them right now. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your report. Okay, are you ready, Jenny? Because I got a long one. You're a quick typer. Okay, so I attended a Weyerhaeuser meeting for the FRIA grant and the Ivantoe Trail expansion with administration and some members of Weyerhaeuser. Looking forward to that project to kick off. I think it'll be a great addition to our community and expansion. There's even plans I've heard administrations talking about for not only summer, but winter cross-country skiing on that. So that's going to be, I think, really exciting for us. I attended the State of Child Wellbeing launch and had learned what our role as municipality and government can be. Very interesting because we have over 1,900 youth and children in our community when you think of a town our size. And what are we doing to protect them when you think of abuse and drugs and child trafficking, human trafficking and things like that? So they said, us as policymakers, we are huge, right? Like it is our responsibility to get involved. So this was the first of many meetings. It was in Red Deer. So they're looking at, continuing these meetings and looking at ways that we can step up as councillors and municipalities when it comes to our role. And then it kind of ties into a little bit, Councillor Clark and I were talking about, I did have a meeting with Opportunity Home as well and their role in supporting us as addiction and mental health. And Councillor Clark and I had a discussion when it comes to our homelessness about, approaching it maybe from a different way or having a conversation around what that could look like. So when we look at, we have the warming center, we have pods, we have things like that that are happening, but, you know, maybe approaching it from a different perspective. There's a lot of provincial dollars coming down for mental health, addiction recovery and things like that, rather than the resources that are offered. So when it goes back to the state of the child well-being, if a child is abused or something's happening, that child could grow up, you know, and then all of a sudden be using drugs and alcohol. That could lead to homelessness. So maybe it's looking at mental health. Maybe it's looking at, you know, the state of our children, the well-being, addiction and things like that. I had asked our CAO to put it on the agenda after our housing report next week. So maybe we can have a little bit of a conversation around that as well, because I think it is up to us, right? So little things like that. I attended the Chamber of Commerce trade show. It was great to see the businesses showcasing and a lot of the people come out in the community. They had things like resume building, jobs and things like that. I think it was a good turnout. Indigenous protocol training. We attended, this is the second one with the elders. Pembina Physician Recruitment Appreciation Dinner. It's a fantastic evening. What a great way. Thank you to everybody for putting that together and thanking our healthcare professionals. They do a fantastic job and it's a great evening. I swung by Pembina Pipeline for Earth Day. Eagle Point Blue Rapids and Pembina Pipeline had partnered together for a Rain Barrel initiative. So that was really nice. Thank you to both of them. I had attended Mid-Size Mayors Caucus meeting, and I have another one coming up tomorrow. And a big thank you to Ms. Thompson for helping with that. I will share that spreadsheet with council. What the caucus is doing right now is they're looking at presenting to the minister, which would be MacGyver, as well as Alberta Muni's on, I guess, a spreadsheet that shows our MSI and our LGFF, how that has changed, the population, 5-year growth, a lot of great information. So Elvira was kind enough and did a fantastic job of putting it together. So I think council will really enjoy having a look at, but the intention is now to take it to the meeting tomorrow and everyone will bring it. So then the spreadsheet will show the comparison from all of the, I guess, the rural communities. But one of the questions, like there's a few things where when you look online and what the province is telling us, the formula doesn't make sense. So we were trying to figure out that operating dollar. So I'll share what Elvira did with everyone. I'll forward it to you. And then once this meeting comes out, then I can share the rest and maybe we can figure out of how that formula comes up because it really doesn't make sense, but it's a great job. So thank you so much for working on that. I attended the hydrogen conference. We started the Mayor's Gala kickoff meeting. In your agenda packages are the nominee categories we'll be discussing here in a few minutes. Also, we had the National Day of Mourning and lunch. It's important that we are working hard to be educating and you know, just taking in a moment to those that we've lost in the workplace, not only here, but across Alberta. I attended the Ukrainian Evacuee Support Program with Drayton Valley Community Learning and organizations. This program will provide support and guidance as they rebuild their lives here in Drayton Valley. They'll be out doing field trips and things like that. They'd like to maybe come by one of our GNP or council meetings and learn a little bit about governance and how we do things here in Drayton Valley. And then also was our CMP financial agreement meeting. This was the first of a couple. There'll be a couple changes that'll be coming forward, a couple vacancies. Finally, what we'll see on that financial statement is the addition of some equipment to new tasers, as well as perhaps body cam they might have. I think that was a maybe. Yeah, and I'm trying to think, it's just kind of early. So the next meeting that will happen in June will be a bigger outline of what that looks like. So that was the first, and that is it for my report. Is there a member of council that would like to accept the department and the council reports as information? Councillor Gamana, thank you very much for that. And I think that is it for everything we have here before we move into closed. Any other council roundtable discussions? No? Okay.
Nope, sorry, Madam Mayor, you have a couple items left.
Oh, for the, yeah, I guess I'll do this here before we go because we do have administration. So I guess before we move into closed, that would be the Mayor's Gala and Community Recognition Awards. So we're a little bit behind schedule here because this needs to go out and start getting advertised, and Jen's getting a little stressed and everything. So I know last year we added a few more categories. So this is last year's categories. And some of the categories, there was only 1 or 2 nominees. So I guess the question is, do we want to eliminate? Do we want to combine? Do we want to get rid of? There was a request at the Mayor's Gala last year to add oil and gas. So oil and gas, if everyone's okay, will be added as a category. And what does everyone think about? I think that I encourage council to put nominees forward, but I know that we struggle a lot of times, and our administration had put a lot forward. So I think that we've really got to put it out to the community to nominate. So if we're not feeling we're going to get a lot, maybe we don't put it out there if there's not any new groups or things like that. So I think we're wanting an answer today because admin needs to get this out and post it so we can start receiving nominations and have everything kind of line up for the gala. The gala dates tentatively are September 19th or October 10th, I think would be the two. Perhaps I think we were just waiting on Alberta Forestry's conference and confirmation on something else. So those would be the two potential dates. So what is everyone thinking for categories? Monica?
So, suggesting oil and gas industry, adding that in, what are we looking for in the nominee or the,
Criteria?
yeah?
So that's one of the things we were kind of chatting about is we'd have to come up with a criteria. So when you kind of look at some of the other categories, maybe like oil and gas, how does your company make a difference in, I don't know, is it in your employees? How much do they do to get involved in the community? Like we can set what that criteria is, right? So it should kind of, I guess, fall in line with what some of the other criteria is. Maybe just not for being in oil and gas, but what is their involvement or?
Because maybe it would be, if we add this, share with oil and gas industry and have the employees nominate the company that they maybe work for by recognizing whatever they do, even for their workers or families and staff and, yeah.
Yeah, we can put that as one of the criteria for sure. Tom?
Well, then, we know that there are a number of organizations, Pembina Pipe, Vermilion. In fact, you should get a note off to Wally as he retires. It should come from the mayor. I think there are all kinds of things that can fit the bill. And the problem, of course, that we're having is that who's going to nominate him and who's going to get the information and all the things that come with that. And so if that's your question today,
No, my question today is, are we happy with categories and just maybe we should get rid of a couple because there was, only one.
Limited nomination.
Limited, yeah. So we're adding oil and gas, like healthcare award, we'd only had one, right? For that. What else? Youth empowerment. So that would be an individual. New community organization. I don't know if there's any new community organizations, right? Like that there would be, or do we just wait and if there's not nominees by a certain time that we say, okay, we're getting rid of this? Do it that way? Rick, I'll go to Rick first.
I think you could probably combine as well excellence in athletics, arts, and music. If you wanted to. I don't know how many nominees we got in those couple, but
I think we got a couple in each. You could maybe, or yeah, maybe combined healthcare and emergency or, yeah. In that one.
I think it'd be better.
Yeah.
I agree, because I think if we leave it as is, even if we get one nomination for a certain category, then, well, we're hooked. It's already there, right? So we fix it up right now and send it out. That's the plan.
Okay, any other comments? No? We're just like, whatever.
Are we considering the October as the date? Somewhere in October?
So September 19th or October 10th, right? I think that's maybe what they are. We can send out the dates and get it confirmed and see what kind of is availability. It's a Thursday again. I know that there was some consideration because of DV 100, which is postponed, Alberta Munis, Alberta Forest Conference, and then there was something else too that we were still waiting on, I think, to see what was happening. Oh, maybe it was the ALS. Is that, because that happens around that time too, might have been. So can send out this last year. Or that's 2023, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, I'll send out the tentative date, see what everyone thinks, and we'll combine and see what happens. And then, yeah, so once they go out, I encourage everyone to share, start spreading the word, nominate, spread the word to get other people to nominate and see how we can celebrate. Okay, was there anything that you wanted to add, Mr. Ferris?
Just some clarification, Madam Mayor. So are we taking the suggestion to combine emergency services and healthcare award, or are we leaving them all as is?
So we can combine the emergency services and healthcare, because I think, I was trying to think, yeah, we only had the one, right, from the healthcare, and then see how that goes and then leave the rest. And as the nominees come in, if they don't fill up, then we'll eliminate, maybe do it that way.
So,
Camilla?
yeah, sorry. I would say, yeah, we'll do that and then just say that if there's only one nomination, we'll eliminate that. But if there's more than one, then we will keep it, right?
Yeah.
That way. So,
Yeah.
rather than we try to decide here.
Okay.
But wouldn't that be a little bit more difficult instead of just saying, okay, the emergency services and healthcare are now one category? Nominate somebody for that instead of us having this 8 or 9 categories or 10 and having one person nominate somebody for, arts and music and us having to call them and say, well, now it's going to be changed because there was only one person. Shouldn't we just do it right now? Just combine emergency services, healthcare, and athletics and music and make them just into one?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
After that, I'm just saying that we'll leave it after that and then we'll see how goes, right?
Okay.
From there.
So combining athletics and arts and music? I know we got quite a few last time with those. I think the arts and music. And we said we'd leave it and see if something comes up.
There's few new community organizations. I don't know if they will apply or not, but I know there's few new.
So maybe you could nominate them.
Yeah, I can nominate one, but I don't know if there will be more, right?
Yeah, ask a friend, get a friend to nominate someone else. Okay, so just the one, and then we'll see how it goes. Then that way we can get it out. Does that give you enough? Yeah, and then adding oil and gas. We just have to come up with a bit of a criteria for that.
What if we invited all the new businesses that opened up there to come and just be recognized?
It could be a lot.
It could be a lot, could be 10.
Mm-hmm. We can think about it. We have some time for that invitation list, right? Yeah, we have a little bit of time to work on that. I know that, I think last year we sold out a lot quicker than we anticipated, I think. We were very full and had to add a few tables, so it was a really good turnout last year. Did you have something to add, Rick?
Yeah, just wondering, we could do the Business Achievement Award and have a separate award for oil and gas and then a separate award for other. Then we don't need to create a whole new section. And it's based on the same things.
So you're saying have a Business Achievement Award,
Oil and gas, one award, and other, if we want to get specific with oil and gas, and
so have one category oil and gas and one other?
yeah,
Yeah.
which I don't think would seem too strange to people. We're all pretty aware of how big a how big a part oil and gas plays in our economy. So anyway, just a suggestion. I'm good either way.
What do you think of that, Jen?
No, I'm just saying, have the Business Achievement Award, but have two awards, one for oil and gas
Two
based on the
categories
same
under it.
criteria and one
Oh.
for other. I don't know if you want to call it other. I don't know what else you'd call it, but non-oil and gas, I don't know. That's why I said, I don't think it would be too strange to people though, when they're looking at it, because we're all aware of
Yeah.
how big a part oil and gas plays in our local economy.
So when, I'm just trying to think when we consider, because we've kind of thought of some of the businesses in the community, when we look at them, are we looking at businesses too that make a significant or ongoing contribution to the community? Do we think that should be a criteria with the business? Or do we? Just wondering. Or does that, I just was thinking of adding that or just leaving that with community spirit? Just to help, of why that oil and gas, because I'm just thinking if you get 10 oil and gas, how do we narrow it down a little bit? Maybe there's one that has given a lot or done a lot, right? To the business one, could we add that one? Jen? Yeah, so you have it. I think the same criteria. So how under business achievement, where it's got the little 4 right now, we just add makes a significant or ongoing voluntary contribution to the community. Just, yeah, add to the criteria. And then for both businesses, just because I'm thinking of how they were recognized, that's kind of how they were picked, right? So helps. Building or something, enrichment of the community. Yeah, just. Mhm. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. And I think that was it for roundtable. Anybody else have anything there? Why do I feel like somebody added something? Colin, you didn't add anything, did you? No. Go ahead.
As far as this goes, it's
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Just when I was at the trade show, there was mechanical heating, cooling company right beside where I was sitting. They aren't from town, but we were chatting, looking around the facility there. And I mentioned to them that we're looking at in the sustainability committee if there's any ways to improve on or become more efficient in there, whether that's heat recovery, that kind of stuff. This company was willing to take a walk around with staff there and just look at what opportunities might be there. Now, I made it very clear that should we decide to act on it, we'd have to follow our process and it would be an open bid process. I'm just wondering, you want me to, does council think that's a good idea? And if so, I can just forward the information to you, and I think it'd just be a matter of letting this gentleman know that, yeah, you're interested in hearing what he has to say, and then making arrangements for somebody to walk him around for an hour or something, and then seeing what they come back with. Alternatively, I could manage that through the sustainability committee, if that would be your preference too, Wally. But something to think about.
Well, just, you can either have them get a hold of me directly, or if you have their contact information, share it and we'll reach out and see what they're offering.
Okay, perfect. Okay, if there's nothing else, is there a member of council that'd like to move us into closed?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. So we still have your information items on EPAC minutes and the project status reports to receive as information.
Okay, is there a member of council that'd like to receive information items, which include the EPAC meeting minutes and project status reports as information? Councillor Sheriff, thank you very much for that. Is there a member of council that'd like to move us into closed? Councillor Evans, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, and we are in closed. Is there a member of council that would like to move us out of closed because we have 3 or 4 motions? Thank you very much. All in favor? That was at 4:42. We move out of closed, and now that we are out of closed, we do have 4 motions coming to the table. The first motion is in regards to the aquatic donation. Is there a member of council that would like to make that motion?
I will make that motion. Council direct administration enter into an agreement between the town and the Thomas A. Copeland Third Charity Fund based on the information provided in AIR 24-121 to recognize the donation of $100,000 to the Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor McGee. Did you get that, Mr. Ferris? And Ms. Thompson, you got that? And you got us when we moved out of closed? Okay, perfect. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call all in favor.
In favor.
That is carried. Next motion is for the Healthcare Aid Academy. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Okay, I'll move that council approve the continued partnership with the Healthcare Aid Academy as defined in report AIR 24-114.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll ask all in favor. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'll make the same comment that I made before. I think I'm going to support this motion for the needs of the community for healthcare aid, but as a measure of figuring out the needs, expenses of CETC, I think we need to go beyond this and try to get heads at come to CETC. So that I think a discussion that we need to have at some point. And also just because it is for April and June cohort, which should be ending by end of this year, I'm fine with supporting this motion. Beyond that, I don't think I will.
Thank you very much for your comments. If there's no other comment, then I'll call the motion. All in favor? Bill, are you in favor?
Opposed.
Opposed? That is carried. Next up is Wild Rose School Division purchase of. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion.
Sorry, Bill?
I would like to make a motion. And I want this recorded.
Okay, and you want your motion recorded? Okay, just wait.
I want the vote recorded.
Yeah, just a minute, please. Elvira is just. Okay, now recording, go ahead, Councillor Ballas.
I move that council not pursue the acquisition of the proposed lands as defined in report number AIR-24-088.
Let me just grab it here. 239. Okay, thank you very much for that, Bill. I am just going to reread. Which one? Okay, so Councillor Ballas made a motion that council not pursue the acquisition of the proposed lands as defined in the report. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll ask all in favor.
In favor.
All opposed? That is defeated or carried. That was not in favor. Defeated. That was defeated. Okay, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Sheriffs.
Well, if you want to read it, can I repeat it? Is it
Yeah.
long? Okay. Repeat after me.
That council direct administration to offer to purchase the property for $920,000 from WRSD from reserves. And that council direct administration begin the process to sell surplus lands, and that the proceeds of the sale of the surplus lands be used to replenish said reserves. I like made half it up.
I made
Well,
half of it.
I'll make the other half.
Okay, Councillor Sheriff.
That's okay. I cannot get the basics of what you're saying. Okay, I'll make the motion. Oh, this is hard to read. I might as well just guess. I'll make the motion that council direct the administration to begin the process to.
No.
To offer to
No,
purchase the
no.
property.
Okay, I see. That the council. Which one?
Purchase price 920 right here.
Okay. And that, okay. Correction. I'll make a motion that council direct administration to offer to purchase the property for $920,000 from the Wild Rose School Division, and that the council direct the administration to begin the process to sell surplus lands, and that the process of the sale, proceeds of the sale of the lands be used to replenish the $920,000 reserve expense.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion?
Again, I would like this recorded as the vote recorded.
Yes. Okay, if there's no comment, question, debate on the motion, then I'll call. All in favor? All opposed? That is carried. Okay, the motion is carried. And if there's nothing else, did you get that all? Elvira
Yeah.
and Wally? So it was Colin, myself, Monica, and Rick in favor, and opposed was Bill, Tom, and Amila.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. If there's nothing else on the agenda, I don't even remember how I end the meeting. The meeting's over. Thanks, everyone, for coming out.
We're adjourned.
We're adjourned. Thank you. We're adjourned at 4:48. Okay, take care. Bye, Bill.